alive though. I ain't high, but I still got high hopes. The good vibes never show up on time though. So I'm singing like Mariah with the high notes. So fly though, catch me in the sky. Everybody gotta ask me for a ride. Strapped like the thing that you keep on the side at a wedding as a guest might leave with the bride. So sick like Neo was. I fly in and say shit like a hero does. You got L's and your team got 0 dubs. I put y'all behind bars like a CO would, yup. I survived the flood and found strength somehow to get out the mud. So your little accolade don't count to us. Anything that you try won't amount to us, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yup. I supply what's demanded. I find peace, then expand it. Peep, I ain't average. Can't be from this planet, but I bleed through the bandage. Weak, but I'm avid. Go to sleep with the baddest. On my feet, something drastic. Weave to the basket. Couple G's and I'm laughing. For the cheese, I'm a magnet. Deep the advantage. I'm like so far ahead now. I got butter for the bread now. Chilling on a big cloud. And I won't come down, cause this is where I love and I live now. Get what you give out. Had to burn another bridge down. It just is what it is now. Life in a bitch, no. It's a curse and a gift though. It should be that simple, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional.
can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no line if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop time, baby, I'm staying here, and I'll be waiting for you. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop the time, baby, I'm standing here, and I'll be waiting for you. Time is running out, and I can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no line if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah. You shake my mind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to TPL Season 6 Group Stages for Group A. We have our lovely uniforms going on here, as well as some lovely games. First off, we have Free Education versus Predator X, which is the game we are covering currently. I believe there's another game coming later, more info on that sooner. However, with these games going right now, we got some interesting information for them. Predator X was kind of kicking it throughout the majority of the group stages, or not, sorry, excuse me, group stages, qualifiers, both of them. And now we even see here with Free Education being knocked down by Julio's disciples to go down to the elimination matches, and Predator X being knocked down by HK Rebels to try to now throw themselves back up and keep on kicking before they are knocked out. My name is Platypus, and of course, bringing you the new standard. And my friend next to me is Styx. How's it going, bud?
All good over here. Definitely been very excited to get this move in. Definitely excited to see how these two teams can go against one another. Obviously, again, you said Predator X was doing great in the qualifiers, and the qualifiers definitely do matter. But what matters really is these matches right now. Um, you know, Whoever loses here is out. We're done.
And I mean, that's not exactly what you want, of course, for any team. You want to go
I
as far as possible. One would hope.
I would imagine you probably don't want to get out on the first round.
But that's the thing. You're already in a bad spot, and now you have to really claw your way back up for literally every gain and every step of the way moving on. Because we already saw that Free Education lost to Julio's disciples, and now if they win this, they're going to have to face him again.
Absolutely. And it is going to be very interesting to see whether or not they can kind of pull that off. Free Education lost to them 7-5 back on Cafe. So, as far as a close game, I'd say absolutely. I think it can go either way. If Free Education manages to pull it off today, we're going to have an exciting game versus Julio Disciples.
And I mean, what more can you want? I mean, as caster, it's not like you're wanting to one side to win more than the other. We're just wanting the good games, right?
Absolutely. I want to watch these games go on for a long time because it allows me to really analyze what's going on between each teams and kind of see how these teams adapt because every team can be good, but as long as they're not adapting, they're not going to win. So it's all about that adaptation throughout the match, and we're going to see that hopefully today. I'm really excited to see how these go.
Especially when it comes to games like this where it's best of three, because you have all those maps that you have to really watch these teams and watch how they progress with their mental and just every little thing. And speaking of best of three, we're going to be able to hop right into our map bands to see where we're going. And starting off for Predator X Gaming, they're going to be starting attack on Oregon. And I mean, shocker, you see Oregon every time, right?
Absolutely. Oregon is definitely a very common competitive map. It's been in the rotation forever now at this point. I think that it's a great map. Personally, I loved playing it when I played comp, but as far as seeing it from the outside in, there's definitely not much to be discovered here anymore. It's more to do with a lot of old strats and trying to kind of make those your own at the same time to give the enemy team something to think about.
I mean, season after season, I just hope that a new op comes in to really shake up how this map's played. Because otherwise, you see the same thing over and over, wash, rinse, repeat, and there's really no variation. Similar to Chalet, a very even more strat-sided map, because I feel like Oregon's very decisive on how you play as a team and how you have that discipline. But with Chalet, it's still about that. However, it goes back more into the strats and how you're set up, as along with gun skill being able to make those strats work as well as possible. And again, you don't see a lot of new things going on in Chalet as well as Oregon. But this time, at least, we have free education going on attack, I believe, as well.
Absolutely, and I think Chalet is definitely a great map, like you said, has been played for a long time, but there have been some new strats coming out, obviously with the new operators. It makes it a little bit different, makes it be able to kind of use these new techniques and new um, strats to be able to shake it up a little bit. Besides Chalet, we do have the Decider as Cafe, which should be a great map. In my opinion, one of the most underrated comp maps. I think it's one of those things where as long as you can have gun skill, the strats, in my opinion, don't seem to be as crazy as what you'll see on some other maps like Oregon or Chalet.
I mean, that's okay. We love the things that shake up the meta a little bit, that shake up the styles of play, and Cafe is definitely one of those maps that can do that and really well because you see each season going into Pro League and competitive as a whole. Every time you go into a new season, you see a slight variation to each setup and each strat. And that goes into everybody's strat books. You see a lot of different things and a lot of different ways to play these sites, whether it be all the way down for bakery and kitchen hold, or whether it be complete top floor cocktail and bar hold. It changes each time.
Absolutely. And as far as these, maps goes, I think we're going to see a lot of vertical play coming out of these maps. We have Chalet, which is very vertical heavy. Cafe is another one of those maps that's very vertical heavy. Oregon, maybe not as much. Those top floors are definitely pretty vertical heavy. Basement, obviously, you can't really do too much. But I think that it's going to be interesting to see if they can take advantage and continue to use vertical to their advantage in both Chalet and Cafe if we get to that map.
I mean, you can really set the bar high with these maps with that vertical control and even just the standard in general of if you have that vert and you are able to use it correctly and well and effectively, then you really got it in the bag. But however, we will see that sooner or later. But for now, we're going to introduce our teams for today. First
Absolutely. And
up,
starting us off, we do have free education coming in. We do see that they have a 67% win rate here, and that Chalet is their best map. We can see obviously that was their pick. But they are gonna have to figure out how to attack here on Oregon first before they can get to that Chalet map. Their worst map is Bank, but it's not really gonna matter here. They're not playing it, so we can just hope that they can really take over on Chalet and hopefully bump up that win rate a little bit.
I mean, like you said, they're not having to worry about bank whatsoever. Though I'm curious to see if that's going to be a game or a map that's going to have to come into play later that they're going to have to deal with. But moving on from them, we do still have Predator X to introduce, sitting at a 74% win rate, considerably better, with Villa being their best and Border being their worst. Neither of those maps being played today.
Absolutely. And we definitely do see that they do have the higher win rate as well as a few more players there, it seems like. Predator X definitely has the ability to go far, but I think that the issue is right now that they're not playing their best map. They don't have that as an option. And I think maybe, just maybe, the other team knew that and used it to their advantage, but let's just get it going right here. Match sounds like it is ready to go. Let's rock.
And what better of a way to start off than the map of Oregon? You've seen it time and time again, and we're going to see it much more, I can only imagine. But rolling straight into this ban's free education gets the first attacker ban and the last defender ban, none of which matters too much, but you get to strategize a tad bit with that second ban.
Absolutely. Having that defensive ban there at the end allows them to kind of figure out as much as they can. Predator X here has these two middle bans where they can really only determine Free Education's attacker ban and base their bans off of that. Whereas with Free Education, they have the ability to ban whatever attacker they want. But when it comes to defense, they get to see both of the bans. They're able to kind of strategize around that. And I'm happy to see Flores coming off the board there on attack is great. The Nook ban is a little different to me. I didn't think that I was going to see that here in this comp match, but maybe it's a strategy that I wasn't thinking about.
I mean, Flores makes sense. You knock out the entirety of having to worry too much about holding elbow. You just have to worry about nades, which can be easily stopped by Jaeger ADSs or Wamai magnets, as well as Nuck. No more sneaky plays, as well as a pocket nade whenever you need it, and Solus as well. And I've said before that you see a kind of bit of a masterclass during SI, and she was shown off very heavily throughout the entirety of SI, having the absolute best of the world, showing just how much she's capable of, and that has spread through the entirety of comp. And you see a lot of bans. And Mira, again, no real surprise there, to be honest. I feel like that's a pretty static ban.
Absolutely. Definitely not a surprise here on Oregon as far as the Mira goes. I mean, you find Mira strats upstairs, downstairs, pretty much every site that you can imagine. We can see here that Free Education is starting downstairs. They are playing the Oryx there as well as the Castle, so it seems like they may try to have a pretty light roam. We'll see here what Wako decides to do there on the Oryx, but hopefully we're going to see a great match starting here.
And the one thing that's interesting, you don't see any smoke, you don't see any Jaeger, and you also see Azami just completely locking off the entirety of Elbow. So they have no intentions of playing there, even going as so far to castle Bunker Door to just extend the fact that they are not worrying about the entirety of Bunker. You have some head holes for the people playing Pillar, which, or even just outside of E-Box, which will be a great help. But no, that's castled off too. They're just not worrying about Bunker whatsoever, which I'm curious if Predator X is going to be able to take advantage or even get some footholds in because of that, or if they're going to have to
Definitely
try to be
interesting.
forced over to Freezer or something.
Absolutely, definitely interesting. We can see here this is a very heavy roam. We have the Warden, Alibi, and the Oryx off of site. The castle there on double door into oil seems a little odd to me, almost though it could be wasted. I feel like that castle may have been put to better use, but again, that's maybe my opinion. Who am I to judge? I'm just a caster, right?
Right, you are. It's almost like a peanut gallery thing. We can always say what we believe is the best, but I guess it can never really be shown what's the best until the teams decide to show us their best. But I don't
Absolutely.
believe Deity is also taking a little bit of damage. Unsure if that was from friendly fire or from any small peaks here and there that weren't fully successful. However, they're still pushing from the small tower side, Shup getting the Yana Gemini clones to get a little bit of information going on. Servant sitting on the Warden, just hanging out in kitchen, trying to deny as much as possible. But Mustard also being able to take out Foresight to open up this series.
Absolutely. What a great pick. There's another pick there by the Alibi there on Kronk, and another pick again on Shup, but it looks like he actually traded. So Castle now is off the board. We can see a very heavy roam. Like I said, they actually played all the way up to third floor. We have the Azami there taking some damage. Mustard falling off back through Freezer. I think that was honestly a great idea. You get your 3 picks. You have the man advantage. Take that and keep going.
And I mean, what better way to start off this round here, sitting at 4v1 now, and not only the round, just the series in general for both the map and just all across the board. They're sitting at such a
Absolutely.
dominant defense to start it off. They got diffused down in Freezer, and they have everybody watching the different angles here, but almost all the same at times. Really careful about that laundry side, but Servant is going to take a shot at Deity and lock this down for free ed.
Absolutely. What a great round there. I think that was honestly just very well played there by Freeed. I think that Predator maybe didn't do as much droning as they probably should. I think they were very much playing for some solo picks. I think they should have been playing instead for some trades and more intel. But it's the first round of the series. We definitely have a lot more game to get through.
I mean, they didn't do a bad job at sending the pressure small tower side and being able to push off that roam. Because as you know, with all defending spots and roamers, your main objective is to be able to waste as much time and utility while still saving your life. And they were able to do just that and get a couple picks in the process. So that really put Predator X in a bad position already starting out their execute. And then by the time that their execute came around to be, they had really no attacking force and just fell one by one into the hands of Free Education.
Yeah, and you know when you're ending a round off with only an Ash left, you know that there's an issue.
That's
Not
not
just
right.
because it's a one person, but because Ash should be kind of in there on the front lines, trying to get those picks or at least those refrags. The fact that he was last alive just makes me think that maybe they weren't refragging as much as they should. We can see here they did go top floor. Free Ed Servant's going for this spawn peak over here.
Oh.
Will he get the pick? I don't believe so. He doesn't want to go around armor car. It looks like Ace is outside. Servant's still holding the angle. He gets off now. You know, that's a very, very common spawn peak, either there or the armory window. It's one of those things where if you get it, great. And if you don't, I feel like it's a fairly dangerous kind of spawn peak because it is so common.
But luckily for any Predator X fans, no one was caught unaware by it. And Servant now being spotted by the drones, trying to lock him down and figure out how exactly to pinch him off. But he's going to be flanking or running away, almost per se, back through basement to get himself to a safer spot as the rest of Predator X starts closing in around the map from all the way from main side all the way through small tower, getting as much reach as possible, getting a little bit of pre-fires through the hatch, see if they grab anyone unaware or in a bad situation. But no picks going out, nor damage in the 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here as well that, as far as time wasted, I think the roamers are doing a great job. The attackers have taken a lot of that side of the map down, but they haven't really gotten as much picks. They haven't really taken a lot of utility. We can see here that the defense has had no damage taken. Yana taking some shots there through the wall. What a great pre-fire there through the wall. We have Frost upstairs as well as Mustard playing that Valkyrie. If he can get that pick, that is just great for their team.
There's a pick waiting to happen here, and there
There
it
it is.
is. We were waiting on it, and he finally got it. They were peeking in and out, just like playing a little bit of like a seesaw. They're just going back and teeter-totter even, back and forth. But they were able to finally pick up Deity and open this up for free education with already man advantage and just a minute to go. So Predator X is going to have to do such a late round type of execute unless they can start getting their foot in the door and start forcing this in. And free education still has the reach, they still have their roamers, and more and more time and health is being wasted on Predator X as Jodas goes down, and Shup is also on very low HP.
Yeah, Shup isn't going to be doing much there, though. Foresight did get the pick there on Tassan. That's the Jaeger down. Servant's going to refrag there as in the Shup. And we can see here that he's going to work his way back up east stairs. Foresight taking out Wako there. He has taken control of master bedroom. He's going to walk in. Kronk dies. There goes Foresight killing Mustard, and the refrags just go back and forth, and the defense is going to win it once again. What a great round for Free Ed.
I mean, they got their footing back a little bit. However, Free Ed was able to rip it right back out of their hands. They had them, and they almost got it back to a they got it to the 3-2 for man advantage, but they almost were able to make something happen. If they would have won that pick against the Valk, they would have been able to make something go, I think, a lot smoother for them. Or with Sledge being knocked right out of there on the rotate, and then even with Frost walking up white, it didn't really matter at that point who won the gunfight. It was going to still be a free education win, at least from what I can say.
Absolutely. We can see here that Free Ed is playing it, fairly roamer heavy. They're playing a lot there on the outside. Is that an Echo shotgun that I see right there?
Not only is it that, it's the Supernova with the brick. Which
he has the brick on the
He's got the brick, which is dare I say, my absolute favorite attachment is the Supernova with the brick, and I only hope that he gets as many kills as possible with it this round, because, I mean, you can't just use it for destruction and such. No, if you rock in the Supernova with the brick, then you gotta get him with it.
And you gotta think, they have Alibi there with the Bailiff who can make the rotates, right? Echo does not need to have the Supernova with the brick. He's doing that because he wants to, not because he has to.
And that just makes my entire day. 6. I can't tell you how much I love that. And how quickly they might be able to run into the Supernova with the entirety of Predator X moving towards that T side while he's just hanging out on the stairs. He's got that shotgun, and they're going to be pushing all the way up to T2 and possibly even T3. Got Bearing 9 in hand, trying to contest the Osa and Thermite on the windows. However, he might be able to catch someone not ready for him.
You want to talk about a roaming Echo? This is the one right here. Supernova with the brick. He is chilling in T1 right now, just fighting these guys off, but he does get taken down there by Shup with a refrag from Servan. We're bound to a 4v4 now. Oh my gosh, Deity has just taken Servan's head off. Great pick. This is the first time, I think, in the game so far that Free Ed has been down in the man count.
And to be honest, as much as I want the Supernova with the brick to work, it's often not a great spot. Of course, it's a shotgun, so long range isn't going to be really there for them. When considering meeting and kitchen is something you really need. So not to say that it was almost essentially a 4v5 to start, but it was almost essentially a 4v5. But now put into a 3v2 with Predator X at disadvantage yet again. Free Education being able to rip their man advantage right back out of their hands and make something happen. They still got those roamers, one cut down, and another put into a 1v2. This could be Predator X's round.
It absolutely could be. We can see here that the Nomad is coming in, but Mustard is going to get that pick there against Deity. It's down to a 1v1. There is 48 seconds left, so there is plenty of time for Jolts to make a play. It's really up to see what goes on here. With these long angles, I think that the Nomad maybe has the advantage with that 2x, but as far as gunfights goes, this is about as even as you'll get it. You guys both have the long angles here. Both of you guys have cover. It's really up to whoever is going to get the picks here first. He can hear the plant going down. He's going to get up. It's really up to Nomad whether he's going to fake it or not. Frost is through the rotate. He's going to go in. You can see him peeking through split, and he just gets taken out there by a great shot by the Nomad.
I mean, hey, there you have it. You got FredX getting that win, excuse me. And I feel like that's a good amount of momentum to now be able to have. You took out the 2 hardest spots to start, and now you're going back to basement, which I can only imagine that Free Education, since they went it first, and since they're being able to run it again, they are very comfortable on how they got that set up. So Predator X is going to have to really do something to kind of change the pace, because as a defensive side, you're able to set the pace so effectively as long as you play smart and correct. Whereas Predator X, having to be on attack, has to really do something to shake up that pace, to really kind of mess up their rhythm so that Predator X can actually form some sort of probable and efficient and effective attack.
Absolutely, and we can see here that going back to basement on defense, this is going to be really the turning point in my opinion. I think if PredX can pull off a basement win here, that they're going to have a much better time with the momentum, like you were saying, trying to just continue to win these rounds, because the defensive rounds are really what is going to hurt them as far as this game goes. I think that this map, in my opinion, is very defender-sided, especially with the kind of roam that they are doing. It is just roam haven, defensive haven. We really got to see if attacks can pull these off right now.
And that's the thing. For defenses, you don't want to lose more than 2 rounds on your defensive rounds, because those are so hard depending on what type of team you are. Oh, look at that run out by Servin, trying to grab anything but not really seeing anyone. Well, like I was saying, trying to get those round wins back on attack is such a bigger and more monumental task to achieve, rather than being able to just finally take those defensive wins. And we're seeing a lot of the same setup as we did last time for their basement hold, just completely locking off bunker and elbow in general. And they even have Crank on the blitz to help that elbow push, but they're not going to have to deal with it whatsoever. I wonder if that's just like a missed drone or miscommunication that they kept the blitz, or if they do have a plan for it still.
I don't want to be that guy, but Kronk is currently 0-3, so the blitz might have been his only option. As far as him going in here, we do see that Jots is going to get picked off early by Wako. What a great shot there. It is down currently to a 4v3 in Free Ed's. Now let's make that a 4v2 in favor of Free Ed. Is that now a 4v1? Nope, Kronk's still alive, making those gunfights there with the Oryx walking down Freezer's stairs. We can see here as well that he actually did take out the Warden. That puts it in a 3v2, still in favor of Free Ed. We're going to see what they can do here, though. What can they pull off here on attack?
That's the thing. With Kronk, or Crank, no, it is Kronk. Keep trying to say Crank. With Kronk at such low health and being a blitz, that's kind of a tall drink of water to have to chug all at once. Because with a blitz, you really want to solidify those one-on-ones. And with how Free Education is set up now towards this late round, you're not going to be able to get any of those isolated ones, especially with Wako on the Oryx being able to dash back and forth and cover a lot of areas really quickly. The support to be able to help his fellow defenders is going to be there. So you're not going to be able to isolate that. And as we see here, Kronk is already just... You can see the cog string in his brain. Is there going to be one by Harry Potter? Is there going to be one pillar? Is there going to be one sitting in the door of sight that's going to like shut him down so immediately? He's going to get that smoke ready. He's going to get ready for this drop as Foresight is hanging around for elbow side, while still now being opened by the X-Gyros, and he's going to be able to drop into E-Box and try to secure any sort of ground. He gets a little bit of a pick onto Mustard, a little bit of damage, doing himself a little bit of favors here, at sitting only 15 seconds left.
And there goes Kronk right there on the blitz. Like you said, actually, my apologies. They have all this ground covered already. And Wako finishing off the round there. There was no way that the Blitz was going to be able to do anything in that scenario. You know, even if Free Ed were to just trade each other out for the whole round, they still win. They still win that round. They're up man advantage very late into the round. And I mean, you just can't really come back from that. With so low firepower, not a lot of angles opened up, there's just not much that you can do.
And I mean, to be honest, if it was anyone other than the Blitz, I feel like it might have been much more durable. Despite the fact that I can't recall if he did or not, but you're able to have that smoke in pocket if he had it, be able to smoke it out, Habana with the flash fangs to be able to get a little bit of a foothold. But I feel like anyone other than Blitz would have served them a lot better. As you know, you only got that pistol. You have the shield, but no one's aiming for your body at this point in time. Everyone's going to be gunning in for that headshot, which they should. Considering I can only imagine the level we're playing here. And on top of that, with that pistol, you're going to have to get those headshots if you want to get those kills before they get you. And on top of that, you're loud. You have a big car door strapped to your wrist, and you are so very loud that doing any sort of movement or rotation is going to give you away so much quicker than any other op. And I feel like that is a major disadvantage in itself already with the man disadvantage on top of that, and you really can't come back from that.
No, and we can see that they just didn't come back from that. They couldn't. You know, upstairs they are playing to rotate there into closet. They have been playing just very spread out. Obviously, each of these guys here on Free Ed is, I mean, they're all gunning right now. They're all shooting, and they can obviously win their ones as they have been the entire game. So playing this spread out kind of idea, they've noticed that Predator X has not been playing for trades. They've been playing for ones, and unfortunately, they've been losing them. I should say, unfortunately, for any of the Predator X fans. I think that they are finally trying to put it together here. We can see that they are kind of bunched up in twos right now, which is great. I think it's great to be able to trade one another out. Somebody focused. Oh my gosh, Servant just got absolutely
I can't
fried.
believe he made that shot. Well, I'm going to be honest, I have no idea what he was looking at, but it worked out, and it works out again. Shup's going to be able to grab Arno as well.
What a beautiful play there by the Ash. It doesn't get much better than that. Kronk bringing it all the way down to a 5v2 in favor of Pred X. I mean, you guys got to pull this round off now. There's no reason you shouldn't.
And just sitting at a minute 40, they have the man advantage, they have the time in their favor, and they have the map control. They were able to lock down all the roamers and get a solid foundation. We only see one on Armory's side, but the rest might be for Tower. Deity taking a little bit of damage by Desan. Or Dasan, rather. But
Absolutely.
only him and Mustard remain as Mustard takes out Deity and Dasan is ready for the Armory push. But Foresight is going to knock out Mustard in a 1v3.
Beautiful shots coming off there by Dasan. It's up to him. He's got 1 HP here. We can see that the plant is going down there by Pred X. Dasan has a mountain to climb, and he's not going to be able to climb it, unfortunately. Foresight finishing off the round there on Sledge. What a great round there by Pred X. I mean, that's a great sight to win. I mean, you got one defensive round left there as Free Ed. You have to lock it down and put it into a 4-2 round count. Otherwise, I mean, 3-3 gives them a lot of chances to win.
And that's the thing. That was a really well done round in general by the entirety of Predex. And dare I say, aside from Deity's opening kill, I mean, sure, that TV in the corner of the ceiling was very entertaining. Maybe searching for a Valk cam of some sort, but I don't think he was going to find it. But he did find the kill on Disturbing, like very, very immediately afterwards, which I guess works in their favor. They accomplished their goal, whatever be the means. So that opened up a great entry for them, and to really knock out those roamers as quickly as they did, really secured their round and really put Free Education, specifically Mustard and Dasan, into a really hard situation to have to come back from. And unfortunately for them, they were not able to. But what can you really do? You got a lot of attackers and a lot of time, and they can really just work the angles to lock you into a corner as far as they need to.
Absolutely. And like I said, this is Fried's last round here on defense, setting up the Valkyrie camps there. Definitely spots that I have seen before, but definitely good Valkyrie camp spots at the same time. He is obviously focusing a lot there on the small tower side of the map. I'm wondering if he kind of has the idea that they're going to push from that side. They have been pushing fairly consistently from everywhere, but it looks like they are. His Valcam should work out here. We'll see if he can get some good info and intel here. We're going to see how they play off of it, though. It seems like none of them are playing on that small tower side to be able to work off of that info that those Valkyrie cameras provide.
I mean, it just comes down to guessing at like because to be fair, with as much game knowledge as you get, there is a fair bit of guessing. But with a second floor hold, where is the amount that they can really come from? And that's big tower, armory, or small tower. And so you get a 1 in 3 chance. You set up cams around, and as soon as they spawn, which cams are shot out outside the building, practically tell you all you need to know about where these defenders are coming from or
Yes,
attackers. Sorry.
absolutely.
And
No
Predator X
worries.
is showing a great showing in that of having almost a practically predictable approach each time for free education to be able to counter as they've approached from small tower each time there's a second floor hold. And now Arno, it's not to say a little dicey, but he's put in a not great situation. But Serving is going to grab Foresight, and DD is going to trade him out in the meantime. But he's going to be flashed and naded. He's going to swing with the shotgun, grab one, and is immediately knocked back out by Jodas.
Can you imagine, though, if Jodas did not finish that kill that quickly and got killed by his own teammate's grenade? That would have been a rough one. He did thankfully get his kill and get out of there. We are at an even man count right now, 3 versus 3. We can see that Predator X doesn't even have any sort of hard breach anything right now. They're not planning to go for walls. They know that Freehead has been playing with all these open walls and open angles, so they're trying to maybe use these against them at the same time. We can see here there is a lot of pressure there in kids and a little bit of pressure close to the door. Wako taking some shots there against the sledge. No kills. There it is against DD. Wako takes him out with a headshot. There goes the Ash. There goes the Doki, and it's all up to Joltis now here, and he gets taken out as well. Talk about
So-
another mountain to climb. No way he's getting back from that.
And I want to notice this. When Deity had his self in trophy and he pushed through pit and into the main part of site and just got gunned down by attic door, he was all alone. There was no one to play his pick and refrag or even have some sort of a cross set up with him to help him in his push. The two other remaining attackers for Predex were quite a few seconds behind him. And as soon as DAD went down, the rest of Free Education was able to get into formation and get into the angles that they needed to actually shut down the push because they realized, oh, someone just walked right into sight. Now we actually need to like defend it. And I'll be honest, if PredX had formed that just a bit better, I feel like they would have been able to make such a larger and more efficient and just honestly fortunate push forward because he was all on his own and he had all the guns now against him.
Absolutely. So you kind of think of it almost like a 1v3 in each situation. These defenders aren't worrying about multiple attackers because they're only peeking them one at a time. We do have the sides here flipped now. Again, Freehead is up 4-2. It is going to be a rough comeback here for Predator X. They're going to have to take a majority of these defensive rounds in order to just take it to overtime. They have to win 5 out of the 6 defensive rounds in order to just win it straight up. Otherwise, they're going to be struggling. They are going to be going to overtime, and then it really just depends on who gets defense at that point. No early picks here, but we do have a pretty strong master push.
And the thing is, PredX isn't actually playing very bad. Because, like, if you want to see, like, these massive landslide victories, normally you see a team playing fairly poorly or making a lot of mistakes that they shouldn't be making. However, PredX isn't really making many mistakes other than the fact that when they've gone to push these angles, they've pushed them all alone. And I'm curious to see if that's going to persist on their defending half, because we already see Thermite's going to be able to get this closet wall open to get a real solid push going on here. And I don't know if Predex is really prepared. They're kind of floating around site quite a bit. C4 going out, catching Arno on the Thermite, but his job's already done. And they're just hanging around the walls, trying to get a couple of tags and a couple picks where they can, but Diffuse is still outside, and Dasan has to now go out and peek into the guns to get it, as Serving falls in the meantime.
Absolutely. And talk about a difference in strategy here between the two teams. We can see Freed on defense was playing every angle known to man. The difference here, Pred is reinforcing all these walls that Freed decided to open. I mean, you want to talk about bunkering down on site? This is the team that's doing it. They're not really playing heavy roam. They're hoping to get these picks and be able to use one another instead of flying solo like they were on all of their attacking rounds.
And I mean, to be fair, with how you said they're bunkering down, some of these strats that include these like very open sites and like opened walls and everywhere, that can be such a big double-edged sword. And if you're not ready for that and you're not taking that into account when you're starting your Walk taking a lot of damage by there, trying just to get out of the building. But like if you're not ready for that, then that's going to blow up in your face so hard and basically just throw your rounds away when you're much more comfortable with that closed off setup.
Absolutely. We can see here Deity does get a pick against Wako, but we even get another pick against Dasan from Foresight. Jodas is going to finish it off, getting the kill against Mustard. I mean, the closed off site maybe is just a little different here to Freed. Maybe they just aren't really as ready for it. They're maybe used to those open angles, being able to kind of peek through a lot of angles at once, but it's a lot different when all of the site is closed off and that the only wall that's open is closet.
Also, let's take a note here. Predex just winning their first round on defense, and not only winning, but winning in such a dominant fashion, coming out of this with a completely flawless round to start off of this second half, their defensive half rather, because like that's a big play to be able to just come out and make. As you know, they struggled a little bit on their attacking side. They were able to grab 2 rounds, but again, they didn't play together. They played very separate and kind of got taken out because of that, and it wasn't that big of a deal for Free Education to just kind of walk all over it. But this time, on defense, they're able to really make these angles work for them and able to shut out Free Ed as much as they please. And that just goes to show, even playing aggressive with the shotgun in closet on the mute, just being able to float around there with the SMG-11 and get tags where you feel like get that C4 kill on top of that. That entire master side was locked down by Foresight solely. And that is big in itself, but being able to lock that down and just completely give that flawless first round really sets the tone for how this half may be.
Absolutely, and we can see here that we are going to see Free Ed going for that master take. They may float over towards Small Tower, though they seem like they haven't really decided what they maybe want to do yet. It is 30 seconds to the round. They got plenty of time left, but we can see here, it's almost like deja vu. I mean, as far as these guys taking ones instead of taking fights, wow, what a great shot by Servant. As far as these guys taking ones instead of taking fights where they're going to get traded, it's the same idea as to what happened to Pred on attack. And we can see that Pred used it to their advantage. But the big difference here instead is that Freed's been winning their ones for a majority of the game. If they can continue to do that and continue through these attack rounds, it's going to go in their favor. It is obviously early man advantage there for Free Ed as they do get the pick, but we'll see what they can do from here. They haven't really made any progress on map control.
And I mean, like you said about winning their ones, because of that, these roamers are going to have to be very careful and very analytical on how they approach these situations. Because if they're not able to win these gunfights, that's just a man down and a lot of utility lost for your team. Because we already see that that Deity was taken out by Serving, but now Serving's down at the bottom of Freezer Stairs because he peeked into the angles that were already set up. Because that is what's going to win you those ones, is having that setup angle. And currently, from what we've seen, anytime Pred X is not in a real solid angle, they have a significantly lower chance of winning that one than Free Education does, because they're able to get those picks and get those shots. They're feeling good on their guns. But as course, as I say that, Shup is able to knock out Wako, putting this into a 4v4, evening this back out quite a bit.
Absolutely, and we can see here as well, Servant did go down, but he did get picked up. He narrowly missed that smoke. You know, that pick to put it into 4v4 is great, but we're going to see if they can really take advantage of that or not. Shup taking some shots over there towards main stairs, not connecting too much, but does get Dasan down in some HP. We can see that we have 2 walking down Freezer, 2 walking down main. These defenders have a lot to think about and a lot to shoot back for. Flash is going out there by Mustard, and it's going to get a pick there. Arno gets a pick against Jodas. It is a 4v3 in Free Ed's Education. Make that a 3v3. Oh my gosh, they just keep her going. Mustard gets another pick. Arno gets another pick. 3v1 in Free Ed's favor. What are they going to do? Arno is going to get this plant down. Kronk has a hill to climb. Is he going to get the pick there? No, he misses. Does connect there. He does have to watch 2 angles at once at this point. One in Freezer, one over there by Laundry. He's going to come across and is just looking the wrong way. Gets taken out by Servin, and it's just an unfortunate round there for Pred X.
Now, what an absolute clockwork definition of an attack right there. They were able to knock down roamers, and which is big because, as you know, like I said before, with those roamers' job is just to take away time, take away utility, and maybe snag a life in the process while still trying to just get back to site if they can. But that was immediately shut down by Serving, being able to knock Deity right out of the water, all the way from Small Tower, which is basically your first entrance. Serving was the first in the building and got a kill before he even entered the building. And that's already a big start, but then being able to get the map control to the point where you have such an evenly spaced push from both Freezer and Laundry at the same time, that's a really well-timed execute, and just well done all in general. They're able to get all these angles onto both sides for Predator X to have to deal with, have to resort to a lot of different angles being set up. But the thing is, the majority of angles you set up facing Laundry are also facing the side of Freezer. So if you're positioned in Freezer well enough to be able to see those sight lines, then you can completely clear Laundry's push from Freezer on the attacking end. And the same goes for Freezer from Laundry. If you have the defenders watching Freezer, there's a good chance that they're going to be exposed from Laundry. We see Kronk getting an immediate kill onto Mustard straight through main, and that's going to put Free Education a little bit worse for wear.
Absolutely. The Lion is going to go down. Maybe not the most essential attacker, but definitely a huge asset to the team, as we can see that Mustard is currently their top frag. He has been getting picks there. Continuing on throughout this game, though, as far as man advantage goes, like I was saying earlier, Free Ed has been fairly good about keeping man advantage for the majority of the rounds, but they're losing it now. It is going back into the favor of defense. Jodas taking some shots there while also taking some damage. Still has his gun up, though. There's definitely no doubt about that. Taking some shots through the wall. Wako takes a lot of damage there. As we see Deity checking out over there towards Small Tower. Will he see this crouch angle? Will he get taken off of guard by it, I wonder? Arno holding this angle. He's going to get a few shots off, but Deity just repeats and gets that kill, as well as another kill there onto Servin. Dasan gets to Kronk, and Wako gets to Foresight. It's now a 3v2 in favor of Pred X. Where can we go from here?
I mean, where is there to go? This is really blown up in the faces of Free Ed, and now Pred X, all they really have to do is sit on site and be patient, because they have the time and they have the manpower, as well as a fair bit of health to work with. Dasan and Wako, not so much. We already still have Deity off site, and the Gemini clone going out and being picked off by Shup quite immediately. So Wako knows that he's there, but with that Aruni gate up, they're not going to be able to do anything. Because as you know, the Surya Gate stops all projectiles aside from bullets, and you have to waste good utility. So either drones, or nades as they used in this case, which is already putting them at a lower stand for this round. They're going to be trying to rotate out, get themselves a little bit better of a push possibly, and Waco's going to go for the opposite bunker side, but again, meets a Styria gate, and he's going to use his Gemini clone to knock it out this time around, which again recharges, which gives them a lot more utility to work with since they are already running so low on it.
Absolutely. I think that was maybe a poor choice of the frag utility there. Jodis having some amazing
That
shots
double.
there. Absolutely beautiful. You can see he takes him out, immediately flicks to the head, and that is just crazy shots there by Jodis. What a great round overall by PredX, and they are starting to bring this back. We can see, though, if they lose one more defensive round, they will have to go into overtime, and that's going to be where the decider is whoever gets defense.
And that's the thing. It's putting all the pressure onto Free Ed to now put this into match point because they have, to be honest, Free Education has all the ways to lose this. If they get stopped up on PredX's defenses, they can lose this map without even going into overtime. So now they really have to buckle down and make something work. Otherwise, they risk losing this map. One of, in my opinion, the easiest maps to work and run against an enemy's team. And of course, that's not what they want to begin with. But on a map like Oregon, I feel like each team goes into Oregon thinking that it should be a given win.
Absolutely, especially starting off on defense. You got to imagine that having that round advantage so early, you have as well, just not even considering, round advantage, you have all that momentum. That momentum is huge as far as mindset goes, as far as people being able to play to their best of abilities. Round count matters, and starting off 4-2 is really going to put their mentality in the right spot. We can see, though, that unfortunately, they've only won one round on attack out of 3 now at this point. They got to really put it together here to win. Otherwise, they do risk, like you said, losing immediately, or at least having to push into overtime and just kind of hope and pray.
And one thing interesting about this is we're seeing a lot of different people on the helm of each round, whether it be overall towards endgame or even just on the entries, because you have your typical entries that I can already imagine is that Ashe, is that Arun, or Amaru, and is that Ying, but each one of them is in the building quickly and relatively in a different order each time, as this time we see Dasan being the one to really push this going. As we already see, Arno being able to get that exothermic charge, and Serving being knocked right out by Foresight yet again on that wall. It just doesn't end.
It seems like it never does. We do see that early man advantage going into PredX's favor. They are doing a bit more on the roam here, I'd say, though still not a lot. Foresight taking a lot of damage there from the nade by Yana. Yana is sitting there in Z-Hall. It's really up to Legion whether he wants to sit and wait, and this is going to be a pick right here by Deity. He's going to get that pick on Amaru. Shup gets the pick on Wako. And we're in a 5v2 in PredX's favor early on. There's another pick by Kronk. Will this be a flawless round? It sure will. Kronk takes out Dasan, and there goes the round. It's all tied up now, 5-5. We'll see if PredX can just take this momentum and finish out the map.
And they have only up to go now, because they're sitting as even as they can without having to go to overtime. And they've basically shown up over so much over this last couple rounds that Free Education has to be stressing about this. I am honestly so genuinely surprised that there's been no timeout by Free Ed, as PredX has really come back from this bit of a deficit, honestly.
Absolutely, and if there's a time for a timeout, it's right now, but they're deciding not to take it. As far as PredX goes in this far into the map, they are looking really, really solid. They have a lot of the momentum right now. In fact, they have all of the momentum right now. And Free Ed is just trying to claw their way back on these attacks and continue to just try to pull it out early. They were at a 4-2 advantage. It's now tied at 5-5. I mean, it doesn't get closer than this, in my opinion.
I mean, you're right, because unless it goes to overtime match point, there's really no make or break moment other than at this point. And the mental can't be that changed so far, I would assume, since this is a best of 3. So anything going forward is going to certainly be affected by the courses of this match. Just not even game-wise, just mentally. Because if you lose this map on such a big lead just because it switched sides, that has to do something to your mental, especially going into your next map's attacking rounds. It just changes things. But we already see no hesitation by Freead getting right into the building, whether it be droned or not. They have that information now with drones going out, and I imagine they did before. Otherwise, that would have been a very risky decision just to hop right in there, especially with the Osa and not having her Talonate shields up, because that's a lot of utility to go out without any sort of use. Or the exothermic charges are going to be going off to Mute Jammer trying to mute trick, but not successful. C4 going out, not connecting with anyone, and Mustard taking a lot of damage by Valk, but quickly getting the support that they so desperately need by Dasan, being able to knock Deity right out of this.
Absolutely, and there goes the man advantage in Predex's favor, though I do still think that they have, as far as like map advantage goes, I think that they are very solid in this idea. They did get the right side of split wall open though, so as far as a plant going down, especially with Osa still on the board, there is a lot of ideas here to try to play out. We can see here though, Kronk is getting a long angle setup through split, and this will be a huge deficit for the attacking rounds. If they can't manage with this long angle through split, I don't know how they're going to get the plant down. I don't know how they're going to get this round win.
And I mean, Foresight is just all alone now. And I don't even think he knows Diffuse is being planted.
No way, and Diffuse is going down right away.
Wow.
It's still a 4v5, but
There
oh
was
my
no
God.
answer to that. There
Nope.
was none.
No, there's not.
And now
Zero.
Arno being downed. But is that enough? You now have 30 seconds plus a 7-second diffuse time that you need to account for. And now you have 3 attackers that you need to knock down with gridlock tracks behind everything, giving away Legion coming down the stairs, and now being put in a 3v1 with Re-Education being able to take that round, maybe solely due to the fact that Predex had no idea that plant was going down. And a beautiful double, by the way, on that.
Absolutely a beautiful double. I think it's one of those things where Freehead got that round. If there is a time for momentum to win this game entirely, it is now. Freehead got that map. I'm sorry, that site. They really just need to continue to push here, win this last round, get their picks, get their ones, and win the game right now. Otherwise, I think Predex is going to come back, and I think Predex is going to end up winning this.
And also, I just want to note, because with how interestingly this entry setup has been going for both of these teams, the only person to be going positive on their entry kills and deaths is Foresight on the side of Predex. No one else is going positive. Deity being sat at 2 and 3, Kronk being at 1 and 0, Jot being at 0 and 1, and Shup being also at 1 and 0 on the side of Predex. That's not exactly what you want, especially considering they had the attacking rounds first, and now a lot of these entry kills by by Foresight were just from C4 tosses through Master. But going on to Free Education's side, they have Dasan at 1 and 0. They have Serve at 1 and 3 for his entries, which doesn't really match up to his kill count, but a lot of those kills seem to happen towards the end of round rather than his actual entry kills. Mustard being at 2 and 3, and Arno being at 0 and 2. Wako being at a very modest, and I misspoke. He is also positive at 1 and 0.
Hey, one is all that matters, right? You got to stay positive on.
I mean, the
those
kill's the
entries.
kill. They'll take
Absolutely.
it.
I'm sure they will. We can see Dasan is going to go up early, get that top floor control as quickly as possible. They want to kind of take this map control quickly because the more time that they have to execute, the better. If they can get early picks and they can get early map control, especially taking these roamers off the board, they're going to have a much better time getting that plant. And there goes Wako on the pick on Kronk. What an absolutely just pixel of an angle. We can see some backing off from those roamers. Just a great pick overall, and that's great momentum to start the round. Man advantage is in Freehead's favor.
And I mean, Wako As I give him the credit of his first entry kill, he now grabs a second and puts Kronk down to 1-1 as an entry. But it is quickly knocked away by Deity, and Guaco is taken off the board as a great equalizer, but is quickly also refragged by Dasan, taking care of both main roamers by PredX, which gives Free Education the map control that they so desperately need to get this execute going off, as we're ticking down the clock to a minute and a half just over or just under remaining now, with Free Education being able to push a majority of Freezer side, but they still have control of back tower stairs and laundry if they choose to take it.
Absolutely, and we can see here that Free Ed does still have the man advantage. It's really what they do with it at this point. Downstairs there's a lot of angles to look for, and unfortunately, even with 3 defenders, a lot of those angles are covered by defenders. A lot of these angles can be taken one-on-one, and it's really in the defender's favor at this point. Even with the man advantage being lost, I think the defenders do have a solid chance here. It is really up to how well the attackers can work together here. Free Ed is going to take out that shield, and Zofia will get the pick on Shup. Does see the guy behind the box, wants to get that pick as well. It is going to be rough. Looks like it's smoke there. So smokes him out and just immediately gets the pick. Jaeger running up by the door is going to get the pick onto Arno and get the pick onto Buck. What a great set of shots there. Mustard gets the shots.
And he got it too!
Oh my gosh. And that is going to bring us to OT.
What a turnaround! Like, properly. Beautifully done. With Jaeger being able to snag 3 at the very end, and Smoke grabbing 2 as well. 1 with the help of his Toxic Babes being able to push Zofia out of her comfort zone and right into the sight line of his SMG-11. And Jaeger having to defend the entirety of B-site all on his own, being able to snag 2 on E-Box door, and then switch around with a pistol that was quickly thrown into a 1v1 and grab Buck in the back. That is just so amazingly done, and entirely on their shoulders. Not to say that was a bit of a hero play, but to be honest, what else do you call it at that point?
I mean, you call it art in motion is really what you call it. It was just such a great play there by Jaeger. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. You do have a great gun in that 416, but it's really all about who's behind that keyboard and mouse making those shots. We can see there Mustard is going to get off of the Lion and play Ace. We can see actually a lot of switch-ups here on the attacking side. Wako now playing Yana, Servants playing Sledge, Dasan playing Thatcher, and Mustard playing Ace. They started out with 0 hard breaches, and now, they did have the Thermite. They went from 1 to 2 hard breaches now, and a Thatcher. It looks like they are going to be going for walls. I would expect them to try to play here both in closet and in attic. I don't imagine that with 2 hard breaches they wouldn't, but we'll just have to see how the round plays out.
You quite exactly read my mind. I was looking at that, I was like, there's no way that they only take closet with both of these breaches on the board. So you have your exothermic charges, which are great opener for that closet side with relatively low risk on it, but despite the amount of ways that you can combat that. And we also have Mustard on the Ace to be able to use those Selmas to open up tower side and really extend that reach. However, they still have to be able to worry about clearing tower and getting that push through to attic. Looks like everything's all clear. And Selmas are going to be going out onto that muted wall, but they will be EMP'd for him to get that wall open and a new entry starting off. And I can't tell if that's a... No, that's a game glitch. The Ace Selma went off, but the wall didn't break. That is very unfortunate. Still able to have a little bit of a sightline, but no vault through that. So he has to use his 3rd Selma to get a crouch hold properly onto the side by Woodbox and Stacks to be able to finally move up into attic and get that control.
Very unfortunate there with the game glitch. Happened on both of the Selma charges. It's really unfortunate having to use 3 Selma charges for the 1 wall. I understand the 2, but the 3rd is usually saved to get a sightline open in attic or be able to be used somewhere else. Having to use them all on attic wall is a little unfortunate, but I think it's still going to be okay with closet wall being open there by Arno. We still do see the Legion downstairs with Kronk taking a lot of damage there, I believe, from a nade. It's really up to Shup here to get the frag against the Yana.
Oh.
He sure does. Servant gets a frag against Kronk. It is 4v4. Health advantage is in favor of Pred right now.
And I am pretty excited for Foresight playing his spot on Breach. As I say that, he has gone out of here. But he has been performing very well on that Breach other than this very moment. But now Free Education being able to knock him out, and the one flanking from Armory side, knocking this into a 3v2 with 30 seconds left. They have a lot of ground to cover still, but they're going to be able to cover that pretty easily as they walk right in. They have this man advantage, and they most likely have this round with Jodas being the last one remaining, able to catch the head of Dasan, but not before he is going to knock him out and secure that round.
Absolutely. And you want to talk about a difference maker right there. That round is a difference maker. With Freed winning that very first attacking round, that was the mountain to climb. That's where they are. They have defense now. This is where they want to be. You can see they're immediately picking downstairs. They know that they want to go downstairs. It's been their strongest site so far. If they can continue to win this, this is going to be their map, and they're going to be at a huge advantage rolling into Chalet. As said earlier, Chalet is their best map. We will see what they can do with that.
And I mean, I like how you say that it's their best site. However, I feel like a lot of this site relies on the hands of Free Education's roamers because they've done such a stellar job at wasting time, wasting utility, and wasting general manpower of Predator X while they're trying to take the majority of the sites on this map. Free Education's roamers have been doing just fantastic this with all those things and generally just being an annoyance. And that is exactly what you want going into overtime match point, where stress is already pretty high on Predex. And I can only imagine as well for Free Education, because now they have to play as well as they can, almost flawlessly so they can secure this round without too much trouble going into map 2. And Predator X now has to really pull out all the stops, knock out those roamers as efficiently and quickly as possible so that they can have proper time to be able to give a real execute on the site if they end up having the man advantage to do so correctly.
Absolutely, and I like how you bring up the idea of time because that's really the main idea of these roamers right now. We can see that Freed has been getting a lot of picks here on the roam, but the main idea of a roam in general is to waste time. You want to make sure that these attackers have as little time as possible and as low a man advantage as possible before they go for their execute. As we see a very quick pick there onto Mustard, I don't think that they know that they downed him, but we're going to have to see. Mustard does get rezzed over there. We need to make sure, though, that they don't get dropped on. Yeah, as far as Predex goes, they had no idea that they downed him. I don't even know if they knew that they shot him at all. I think that they need to kind of decide whether they want to fall off or not, as Freed is going to be at a very big health disadvantage, but maybe they can continue to waste time and rock out. I guess we'll have to see.
I mean, whether they know it or not, they still have a big advantage in terms of health, like you said, because they may not know that they downed Mustard or even did damage at all, but now he is sitting within one shot by any main gun, and Shup is going to take out Serving in the meantime, which is very unfortunate for the terms of Free Education, as well as Wako being knocked out, but quickly changed around by Dasan, be able to knock out Shup, still on the roam, trying to perform as much as he can, and Foresight being knocked out by Dasan as well, taking this round all onto his shoulders, getting a triple, and keeping this to a 2v2, despite losing quite a few of his teammates. He is able to equalize the living hell out of this round to help Free Education out.
And you know what? What a great choice of words. I actually was just watching Equalizer 2 right before I came in to cast this. We can see here that 2v2 is still going to be more in the attacker's favor than anything. With that health advantage there, Mustard still is quite low. There's a lot of angles to peek here, and the Fuser was upstairs, but they did go ahead and grab it. Kronk heading back either towards main or freezer stairs. Looks like he's heading towards main right now. They are going to try to win their ones here and really take advantage of the fact that they had a very early man advantage. Now they really just have to execute here. Predex opening up the wall there to Freezer. We can see that Deity is looking for a pick, not really looking towards Laundry, though Mustard could come around that corner at any time. Now Kronk is coming in. They're going to come peek that corner or go for the plant. Kronk getting a nice pick onto Arno here, but the Azami's going to get the frag, but immediately get traded out there by Kronk. And now we are going to go back into a tied overtime.
And honestly, if I'm Fred X, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really good because they've had to have such a massive loss on their first defensive round for overtime. And what they've shown and what they've seen so far is Predex isn't that, not to say not stellar on attack, but they haven't performed the way that they've been wanting to thus far. But as we see, the exact inverse of what we saw their entire attacking half is they played together. They played smart. And while still losing a couple men in the process, all to the hands of Dasan, mind you, they were able to make something work that they probably didn't have they didn't have the ability to do so prior because they hadn't been playing as a team prior. But this time they were able to make it work, and now that's put them in overtime match point, and especially now sitting on defense and basement no less, you gotta be feeling good about it.
Absolutely. We do see, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the first extension into blue that we have seen this entire game. Very different here. I don't believe that I've seen, especially not Free Ed at least, has not been playing that extension into blue. Maybe this will play a huge advantage. I haven't seen really any of the teams pushing blue though, so it may just kind of be wasted utility.
Well, that's the thing. The only time that Elbow and Bunker in general was pushed was by Predator X when it was closed, and they were able to make something work out of it, I believe, if memory serves me correctly. But other than that, they haven't bothered with it because Free Education leaves it closed, so they don't have to worry about it as an option. And because of that, I feel like they don't view it as an option for attack because they're not bothering it with it whatsoever. And I can't help but wonder if that's just going to be wasted utility by the side of Predator X, having those ADSs, having that shield there for the smoke, and in general, just having the manpower over that. Because then they're going to have to transfer the manpower late into the round, but they're not going to be able to transfer utility. And that's not exactly helpful with all that utility over on Bunker and Elbow if the attack and main push is coming from Laundry, Freezer, or even back tower. There's really no right answer unless all of the attackers decide randomly just to say, hey, we're going to instead push Bunker because everything else is so heavily defended that we can push straight into their utility like they asked.
Absolutely, we can see here Yana, Wako playing on that Yana just barely missed Shup there, sitting on Freezer stairs. We can see that there is again not a lot of roam heavy there by Pred. They like to kind of sit on site and kind of just try to lock it down to the best of their ability. We got Sledge and Mustard walking down here, gets hit by a Legion Mine. But the frag's coming out. We'll see if he can get a little frag kill right here. I want him to get a little funky.
And you say that they're bunkering down on site, but you look at the time, they've wasted now 2/3 of the time in the round. They've done a great job at their roaming and wasting time, and they still have all 5 of their defenders remaining. Still all 5 attackers. However, you get every angle that you can hold with 5 defenders on a late round execute, and the attackers are split trying to catch these angles onto the defenders, but Deity's gonna open this right up onto Dasan, knock him right out of the equation with just 40 seconds left. You have that man advantage, you have the guns, and you have the positioning, and this is looking really good. There's only 30 seconds in the remaining in this round, and Free Education is going to have to do such a late round push now.
Shup gets another kill there on Wako, and it's just not looking like it's in their favor. Arno goes down as well. Mustard goes down. It's a 5v1. There's no getting this out. I don't care if you are Bolo serving here. Unfortunately, it's not going to be able to pull this off. The game is going to go to Pred X with Kronk finishing out the round, and a flawless round at that. What a great half. Let's see how their next map goes. Free Ed definitely is not going to be as happy as they probably should be right now. But I think going into that chalet, it's going to be their bread and butter. It's going to be the only chance that they really have to tie it up and not be knocked out.
I mean, they're going to have to make something work because they're sitting at a comfortable lead. They're sitting at proper positioning and throughout the majority of their defending half, and that really got shoved into their face when Predax just decided, "Oh, we're actually going to turn it up on defense and really lock you down instead." And they did just that, especially going into overtime. They're able to win their attacking round, which is really big for them, just considering how shoddy or spotty rather, their attacks have been previously. But being able to go into that last round on defense, on basement, they're able to shut that down so effectively.
Absolutely. And it was just honestly a great comeback there by Pred X. There's not much else you can ask for momentum wise going into Shanley, especially considering that as far as the other team goes, that's their bread and butter map. That's the only map that they are going to have some serious kind of advantage towards. Um, we're just going to have to see how they play it out, though. Can Predex continue to pull off these wins, these comebacks? We'll have to see. Chalet, I think, is going to be one of the biggest maps. I think whoever wins Chalet is going to take it all.
I mean, it's very possible. I don't remember. I believe what was our last map
Cafe.
again? It was
Cafe's
Cafe.
decider.
Right. So I feel like honestly, you might be right because if they're going to be able to get the momentum from Chalet, they're going to still have that style of play moving into Cafe. Because I feel like, to be honest, those maps play relatively similar with the amount of shield setups, with the amount of clearing that has to go on in each and every round, whether it comes from Piano side, that shield, or whether it comes to Blue and that shield having to be cleared. And that translates directly over to Cafe, having to push top floor, clearing that ticket shield and pushing bakery and clearing that bake player. That there's a lot of the same processes between those two maps as well as vert play, and I feel like you're exactly right in how that's going to play hand in hand. If someone's able to win Chalet, then they're going to be able to carry that around. And I mean, well, if Free Education is going to be able to win Chalet, I feel like they're going to be able to win it. Otherwise, Predex is going to be moving on here.
Absolutely. And I think that if Predex kind of gets that early momentum going for this map and really just locks it down and secures every single round to the best of their ability, that they will walk away with a win here. Though I do believe, like you were saying, Cafe and Chalet, in my opinion, as well, do play very similarly. I think that the vertical play is one of the biggest things that you can really think about as far as each of those maps goes. You know, Oregon, we we saw almost no vertical play. We saw a couple nades, a couple holes being opened up, but it is entirely different for each of these two upcoming maps. There's got to be a lot of vert playing going on, and I think that we're going to see a lot of that. I just heard that our match is starting, so let's see what we're going with.
And instead of the match being ready, it looks like we are in turn going to break because we had a little bit of a drawback. You know how that happens every time or time to time. Yeah, that's showbiz, baby. But thanks for sticking with us. We will be right back after this. See you guys soon.
can stop it, our love ain't fine. And I am burning, there is no light if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop time, baby, I'm staying here, and I'll be waiting for you. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop the time, baby, I'm standing here, and I'll be waiting for you. Time is running out, and I can stop it. Our love ain't fine, and I am burning. There is no light if you are far from me. What can I do if I don't see you again? I'm not crazy, I am just as scared. So you please don't go, 'cause I will miss, yeah.
And we
Welcome
are
back.
back. We got the TPL cat. He's not happy that he's here.
What's his name?
His name is Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Sam, you have anything to say? He's probably telling me to put him down right now. He definitely
Man
hates
of
me.
few words.
Man of
Well-
very few words.
Welcome back to TPL Season 6, everyone. Group stages for Group A. We got through Map 1 of Freed versus Pred X, and it was barely closed out by Predator X. And honestly, again, as close as it can be, going to overtime match point, with Free Education having the upper hand throughout the majority of the game, and then slowly letting it slip. They kind of lost their momentum on the attacking half for Free Education, and it kind of just fell from there. They it really slipped, honestly.
I think it really did. And as far as Predex coming back, they had to come back. They made it happen. And I heard for sure now that the match is ready. So let's just go ahead. We're gonna hop in and kind of check out what the bands are gonna look like.
And while Oregon might not have been the absolute map that Free Education wanted, they now have a chance to keep themselves alive, going into the lovely map of Chalet, as snowy as ever, and as stiff of competition as ever, with these two major teams having to duke it out. Free Education now one step away from elimination, having to keep themselves in by any means necessary. And we're starting it off with a Flores ban. Nothing too stellar and nothing too surprising, as we saw that the time before as well.
Absolutely. And what a great, great game. Like you said, as close as it can get. Free Education is going to see that Flores ban go through again. I forget whether it was Predex or Free Ed that took them off the board originally. Knock ban coming out again. This might be the same bans that we got the last map.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised, because Solus, now with as much destructible floor as there is in this map, and even Cafe, it's very likely that they're going to be taken off the board. And I wouldn't be surprised with a mirror ban again as well. We're already seeing that now. However, it'll be up to Pred X to decide whether they want to take that Mira off, the Solus off the board, or if they're going to stick to something different. Maybe a possible Azami? Oh, and it will be! Look at that! They call me
You want to talk?
They call me a caster, I call me a nowhere.
What a guy. You knew exactly what was coming out there. I mean, just
You,
picture perfect, right
you
on the
soul
dot.
read.
You, sir, are something else. I tell you what. Well, you predicted the ban. I think I slightly predicted the game on the last match. I think everything that I said did come to fruition. Maybe I'm wrong. But we move in here. We are going to see that start here. Predex on defense. They're bringing a lot when it comes to burn ability. Frost not really thought of as a burn op, but definitely something to think about. They did bring out the Aruni, which is huge. If I'm not mistaken, it is actually one of the big game changers for the last game. We saw that Freead was having a bit of a problem with that. Couldn't really get a hold of any sort of burn for that and ended up losing them the round. We are going to see the Wamai come out as well. Again, another kind of burn op, if you will, with that shield there, top blue stairs. This is a fairly common setup, though, so we'll see if Freead has a response to this.
And I mean, they're gonna have to, because you see, as common of a setup this is, if they can't make something work against a setup they see time and time again, scrim in, game in, literally everywhere they go of Chalet, you're gonna see this type of setup. If they can't make something happen against this type of setup, then that really tells you what we're working with on their attacking half and even on the defensive half of PredX, because there is a very big difference of Free Education losing this round and PredX winning this round. There is such a massive difference in how that round is played and how it goes out to decide who's really at the advantage going into it.
Absolutely, and there is that Aruni burn, like I said, stopping the Iona clone from going in. Um, it's really going to probably slow them down. I feel like that Iona clone is going to be a big factor of their push. We can see the pulse there on blue. Wow, a lot of utility getting sent out right now. Wamai taking some big damage. Not going to get the... Oh my...
Oh,
Talk about a nade
and
just
he is
being
out of
perfect.
here.
Absolutely gone. That guy got hit like a baseball in the MLB. He got sent out of here, just like you said. Another nade coming down. That's... Oh my gosh.
Oh, the nade didn't drop. That would have been tragic if Yana had been cooking that nade and dropped out of the hands of Wako just to finish himself off. But Deity is going to pick up Desan in the meantime, and then also grab serving with another kill on the Mustard, and Wako being finished off by Krunk C4 from all that time ago. What a round!
I got my hands over my face if you can't tell, gentlemen. That was quite a round. I mean, that C4 was perfect. That Aruni by a deity, I mean, he just walked up main stairs and he said, you know what? You guys aren't allowed up here anymore. I'm kicking you out. And he did just that. He essentially single-handedly won that round for PredX. What a great round there by deity.
I mean, while we're on the topic of baseball references and terms, he gave us a little bit of a 1-2-3 in terms of kills.
Absolutely, and he struck out the other team like it was nobody else's business.
Beautiful. We're moving on to our next inning to say. We're going to second floor, hanging around for bedroom and office. Again,
Well,
a very common hold as well. But I'm interested and very kind of surprised that they went bar first. I didn't even realize that until now. And they're not even reinforcing the main office wall, which is also interesting. They have the Aruni Surya gates on it. And okay, thank God. Now that I say that, they're getting the reinforcements going out. But that's very interesting that that's something they waited so long to do.
Are they not going to get the wall on the left? Please get the
No,
wall on the
they're
left.
using
Jonas?
headhold. What?
Jonas.
What is this? This
You know,
is...
there's a lot of times where I look at a strat and I go, dang, this is intuitive, this is innovative, this is something new. And then there's other times where I look at a strat and I wonder what is going on inside their head.
And I want it to work, oddly enough. I want to see how this works. I want to see what their plan is for that and like how that makes sense. As like not even as a caster, as a player, I want to see how that makes sense. Because
Hey, if this works, I'm putting it in the comp strat book.
there you go. Get out your strap books, ladies and gentlemen, because you have the absolute most off-the-wall strat to add in this time around if it works, or even just a little bit of inspiration. but still sitting minute ticking down, no damage or deaths being on the board whatsoever. Free Education looking pretty free in terms of health and map control, able to get right into library, get a main amount of library control, and knock Wamai off of top mezzanine to be able to secure a fair walk up. They still have Foresight sitting around piano double, but otherwise there's not too much pressure library side. They can basically take that as much as they want.
Absolutely. Off the wall is not the adjective that I thought you were going to use. I thought that you were going to say awful. Shup getting a pick there onto Wako. We can see here that absolutely beautiful plasma pink gun. Dasan taking a lot of control up there on K9. Foresight does hear that proxy alarm go off, though, as well as Jodas on the smoke. He's going to smoke that off and play nice and close. We can see that shield got set up perfectly for those head holes. He is ready for it. He knows exactly what he has to do with Dasan taking a lot of damage there. He barely misses the head there. I mean, you just at a man disadvantage right now. You're at a health disadvantage right now. There is a lot to overcome with a minute left in the round.
And those head holes serving their advantage are almost a disadvantage for Shup, being knocked down by them, able to see all the way through to K9 window, and Foresight being able to pick up serving as Shup is being able to be resurrected from his downed state, putting this into a 3v5, and a very dominant one at that. Stereo Gates going back out, basically rendering all the utility to knock them out of the way useless, and now having to use new utility or the health that they may not be able to afford losing to get through them. Sitting at 24 seconds now with a lot of roam still going on by Deity. They were able to not get any of these roamers, but they're still able to clear some on site. Both Foresight and Jodas being knocked out as Mustard takes the damage with his nanobot ability with the Finka boost, and Arno being able to pick up Shup in the meantime with just 7 seconds remaining. Mustard's getting this plant down as Arno goes down, and he's able to stop the plant. As long as he stays alive, then Predator X will win this round.
You know, I had my hands over my mouth on the first round, and my jaw has just dropped on that round. What an absolutely immaculate play there. I mean, you want to talk anybody making that play, but Predex, I mean, you got the Aruni sitting below. She knows that she needs to stay alive. Everything else was played out perfectly to a T. It doesn't get better than that.
And I mean, not only grabbing the ace on roof outside of snow and piano window, just that in itself, that's a good pick. And then being able to swing with the knowledge and game sense to just pre-fire half wall, that standard default plant, and knock them off of the plant to save the round, because that was very much a free education round, and it was their round to lose, and they did just that, with Predator X being able to make such an amazing play to stop that plant and get something rolling for them, and even widening their lead, and the fact that they are this defensive team that Free Education now has to overcome.
Absolutely, and we can see here that they do pull out the kitchen dining. Nobody wants to play basement at this point. They just refuse to do it. It is obviously one of those very hectic sites to try to hold on to. Kitchen dining offers a lot more as far as being able to have those longer sight lines, play a bigger roam, and be able to just kind of have more map control than basement would ever allow you to.
But they'll have to really pull something out now, because like we had previously said before, with all the vert play, they're going to be able to make something work now upstairs, assuming that Free Education is able to get a foothold and push them back, because we haven't seen a lot of that by Free Education. They've been able to get some sort of footholds and some map control, but honestly, I feel like the map control that they've been able to gain so far this half is only the control that Predator X let them get. Because as we even saw with Wamai on Mez last round, he fell off specifically to play so that he would not lose his life in that engagement, and it might have been a needless engagement had he not done so. So being able to at liberty choose where you want to extend and what map control you want to give to Free Education is such a big play, and Foresight is going to knock out Wako, but quickly refragged by Arno, and that's a 4v4 equal round so far.
Yeah, talk about equal round, equal health, equal everything. I mean, we can see here that Free Ed does still have a lot of their utility, but Mustard is going to get picked off there. There goes their Nomad. It is now in Predex's favor. We're going to see if they can pull off a flawless first quarter. If they can get all of these defensive rounds, they are at a huge advantage. Oh my gosh, the pick onto Kronk. Shup does get Desan. Another pick onto Didi. It is now a 2v2, but Free Ed is just in a bad spot right now. They have almost no health. We can see that Jodis is playing some vert right there. Again, one of those things that I was talking about earlier, verticality is huge. I think that Jodis may look at getting a pick here up into bathroom. It's going to be just decided on whether, Ying decides to push that way.
And you know what's interesting? Shup is still alive. He's the Vigil, which you would most usually assume is the roamer, except he's very much alive. And Jodis might end up walking straight into the gun sight of Arno, but he's going to back up just maybe in the nick of time. However, he might have lost the pick of a lifetime, especially coming down to these final seconds. Jodis is just hanging around this trophy area while Lion pushes down Solar Stairs. He's playing this really close with the shotgun, as you would expect, and I don't think he knows he's there. He grabs one, and he's gonna get picked by Serving as he walks into the sight of his gun, but Jodis isn't able to predict it, and he's not able to react in time.
What a beautiful, oh my gosh, they're sending shots right back and forth to one another. Servant is going to get some shots off, but Shup on Vigil there is just going to clutch it out. I mean, if you want to talk about playing it out perfectly, the shotgun at the bottom of Trophy Stairs was perfect. Neither of the attackers had a lot of health, whether the defense knew that or not. The shotgun was the perfect play there. I think if he were to have swung instead of being prone, maybe he would have had a better chance at getting both of those kills. But thankfully, PredX is going to get that first 3-0 pretty nicely, though it was very close there on that kitchen dining defense.
I mean, they're quite honestly on track to be able to run this flawless. They haven't had to replay any of these sites because they haven't lost. But they haven't even come insanely close to losing. The only round, at least from what I remember, that they've even come close to losing is that, to be honest, besides the last round, but there was a lot of missed shots by both sides, and honestly, I don't know if I should count that. But otherwise, the only round that I feel like they should have lost and was only saved by their simple plays and their smart plays was that round 2, where they were able to stop that plant just in the nick of time and win on time. Because otherwise,
Absolutely.
I don't think they have been that pressured and that close of victories. Again, leaving out the, not to say potato fest, but let's be honest. I know
it was a potato fest.
Both of those players, I can almost guarantee, sat there afterwards. One, Shup being able to have a sigh of relief, and the other being able to have a sigh of disappointment at the massive amount of missed shots on both ends. Because, as a player and as a caster, everybody knows that's not pretty, and everyone knows it doesn't feel good whether you win or lose. It's just a, oh boy, that happened type of feeling.
I am sorry, but I just know that there is some talking going on between both teams. We can see, the attack here is playing out very similarly as it did in the beginning of the game. They are trying to take that library control very early. Again, that Yana clone taking out that Aruna gate. I mean, this is pretty much deja vu at this point. To be honest, I thought we were in a replay when Yana was trying to send out that clone there. I mean, we're a minute in, and there is absolutely zero map control being held right now. The defense is playing this perfectly. If they can continue to not lose any sort of health or any sort of man advantage, with Arno getting that pick just as I said that, I'm the problem here, gentlemen. It's my fault. Didi does get an immediate refrag there onto Mustard with some shots going out by Wako, but Didi is going to immediately get that kill as well. Is he going to get the kill on Lion? No, but Servant is going to get that kill on Shup. It is all the way down to a 3v2. Didi does get the kill on Servant there. Now it's a 3v2. I can't talk fast enough because this game is going too quickly. Holy smokes, we do have Foresight down, but he is going to get res here in a second, I believe. No, he's not going to get res. There's a Lion pushing there onto Jungle. Lion is down. I think he knows that. He also hears the guy over there. Didi is going absolutely crazy right now,
and he's going to win.
Holy smokes. Didi, I can't talk that fast.
Wow. So one thing I wanted to make note of before Deity just acted as a deity He was completely left alone on the entirety of Office side. No one bothered to push Office or pressure him in the least. And that directly resulted in him being able to have those long angles into library, able to protect Shup as much as possible, even contesting K9 as he walked straight out of Ivy, straight past that case window that Ash was on, and to help contest and stay alive through that was wild. He even went back to help Foresight, but without the time and knowing that it probably wasn't the best idea to pick up Foresight, considering that Lion was pushing that case side and giving him all the pressure he needed to realize that. He was able just to take those gunfights and just win that out, even going so far as to close out the last kill with the pistol. Just wild.
Just absolutely crazy. That DMR is putting in work. I mean, Didi is going. He has 9 kills right now, and we are 4 rounds in, going into round 5. He has had a majority of the kills of his team. In fact, I think he has the same amount of kills as the rest of his team combined right now, which is absolutely crazy to me. And they're just going to kind of run it back with that upstairs hold, just continue to not allow any sort of upstairs pressure. They are playing Master right now, obviously, so they are kind of more extended than anything, but those head holes are still there. We're going to see if they can play it a little bit better.
And Dasan already taking a tad bit of damage, whether it be from a oopsie daisies as he maybe tripped and fell a little too far than he wanted, or if there is a peak, which I feel like is more likely of the two, considering as confident as they might feel with Deity getting an ace. I can only imagine peaks are going out left and right, and as we see from there, Foresight knocking out Mustard just like that, putting this into an immediate 4v5, and that's some good utility gone, because they're able to take out the scanners by Lion, his big brother, as he says, but Shup is going to be knocked out in the meantime, as well as serving, putting this into a 3v4.
Absolutely. What a great set of kills there by... Oh, I'm sorry. We're just going back and forth now. Wako gets a kill there onto Foresight. Foresight's reign of terror is now over at this point. Now it's up to Dasan, Arno, and Wako to continue out this attack. We have Kronk here as well, jumping out. Oh my god, is he going to get that? No, he's going to... Oh god, I cannot believe that he did not get that kill right there.
But he got a lot of damage, and that's, at this point, honestly, is what matters. Wako still has his 2 nades that he hasn't used, and that would have been an amazing kill if he would have been able to knock him out and those nades. However, Dasan is going to knock out Deity, making sure that he's not able to have any semblance of a repeat of last round. Not a kill to his name in the round 5, which is already big in itself. Sitting at a minute left, 3-2, and Wako at low health. This is pretty evened out as far as it goes, but Wako using his nades as his utility very effectively, trying to get those floor nades onto Jodas, because he's still at low health, but he still has that utility to use correctly. And that is exactly how important it is to stay alive. Even at low health, you still have great utility. But Dasan is going to knock out Oryx, putting this all into a 3v1, which is quickly turned around by Free Education, knocking this round out of the park.
Another baseball reference, I do love it. And as far as that goes, just what a great round by Free Ed. They needed that more than anything. I mean, you want to talk about being down in the round count. They are down 4-1. They finally got that round back, and it's as long as they can get another round here, they're at a much better position than what they would have been at a 6-0 disadvantage. So let's, see kind of what happens here. Again, this is supposed to be Free Education's best map. It just isn't shining through here on their attack.
But you say that. However, from what we saw of Free Education, they were definitely a more defensive team. And I can't help but wonder how heavily the tides will turn once Free Education is able to get back on defense. Because we saw that for both sides, that they're heavily on defense, as we saw Predator X be able to claw their way back on Oregon while on defense, and Free Education able to lock down Predator X for the majority of the map while still on defense. So I'm curious to see if that's going to persist, because Free Education is going to have to do something. They're looking really bad, right, like in terms of round count and map count, because they've already lost map 1. If they lose this, they're out of here. They're eliminated and they are gone. And of course, that is not the type of result that anybody rooting for Free Education nor Free Education themselves would want. So I'm really hoping in their sake that they're able to make something happen and turn this around a little bit to give them more of a chance. 'Cause right now, it's not looking too promising.
Yeah, I would say absolutely not. We do see here that they are doing a lot of the same things over and over again. That library, hold is obviously very huge part of them being able to take that map control. But it's really up to whether or not they can take it from the grasps of Pred X. We can see that Pred X has been doing just absolutely phenomenal about holding that down. Maybe not as well last round as they wanted to, but I mean, as far as holding upstairs down, it's huge. You have to have that map control. You have to have the ability to continue to hold it. Oh my gosh, with the kill, DD getting 2 kills there. Absolutely phenomenal. Is he going to get the third here on the guy on K9 Balk? No, he turns over to jungle window, but cannot get the kill against Servan. What a great 2 picks there onto Wako and Arno, leaving his trade positive 2-1. And there's another pick going off there by Dasan onto Shup, and now we're back into the same thing that we were before, even man count. Mustard getting a quick kill there onto Foresight. It just doesn't end.
And I mean, that's a lot of work from Deity being quickly churned away. Arno and Wako, two big members of free education, being knocked right out of the equation almost entirely right off the bat by Deity. And then to be churned on its head so heavily with Deity falling, with Foresight falling, with Shup falling, they have the man advantage for free education now. And it's looking pretty good. However, they still have a minute left. They only have one on site for Predator X. And Kronk is still upstairs having to play his life because there's no way he gets out of this safely unless he leaves now. But they're going to be able to utilize the majority of this vertical control with the pre-play C4 by Jodis, knocking Dasan right out of here. That buck and utility for vert control is gone. Kronk's able to rotate back down to site through Solar Stairs and rest in trophy. With just 30 seconds left, the Big Brother device coming out for Lion, able to scan the movement, not seeing anybody, but no movement going around because they're both comfortable in their spots. Flashbangs going out by Lion and Nomad as well. Mustard being taken out by Kronk, and Jodis taking out Serving to give another Predex round.
Absolutely. What a great round. What a great finish there. Even with the flashes coming out, they knew that if they were to hold that cross and not both be flashed at the same time, that they're going to be able to have the ability to just win those 2 quick gunfights. They're backing each other up. They're doing exactly what they should have on attack for the last map. And I mean, they have all the momentum right now going into this attacking half. Free Ed is down 1-5 right now. There's not a lot of hope for this game at the moment for Free Ed fans. I know that you guys are diehards though, so we're gonna keep our hopes high.
But that's the thing. A low chance is never no chance. And especially when it comes to Siege. Siege is such a game that if you can get the momentum, if you can get your stride and catch the feeling of the game, you can run the floor for as long as you want. And that's what Predator X has been doing. But now they're sitting on attack, which historically, from what we've seen so far, is not really their strong suit. And I can't help but wonder if Free Education is going to be able to catch their stride and make something happen now that they're on the defensive end. Because they do have the chance. They do have the time to make it work. But the thing is, they don't have the rounds to give. This has to be pretty cut and clear from the get-go if they are going to want to take this map. The margin for error is not high.
Definitely not. There's not room for any error here. If Pred X wants to win this game, I think personally that they have to take these 2 rounds ASAP. They need to not lose any of the momentum, and they need to continue to pressure Free Ed as much as possible. If I was Free Ed right now, I'd be taking the pause. I'd be taking the timeout, and I'd be enjoying, my ability to get my mental back. And as I say that, there's another pick there by Pred X onto Servan. The Jaeger is gone. One of the best guns on the team, in my opinion. Dasan coming back with a trade there onto Shup. It's back to a 4v4 now. Dasan is at pretty low health, but we're just going to have to see if Doc can get over to him and get some health back, right?
Well, that's the thing now. Serving is gone. And that's a big roam to be knocked out completely. Shup is gone as well, which is another entry that you don't want to see gone this early. But according to this map, they haven't done as much, though it is still very early, considering this is round 1 of the second half, basically. But overall, there's a lot going out here. A big entry gone, a big roam gone, and it's very equaled, but there's still not a lot of map control other than off the side. Foresight's able to take out Dasan, which is going to be a big play. Arno is given his health by Doc. Mustard sitting around in library corner. Wako able to pick up Deity, and Arno being able to grab Foresight into a 3v1 for Free Education. Finally, things looking in their favor, with Jodas being the only one left on K9. Wako taking a little bit of damage, but not before getting a couple tags onto Jodas, giving him a little bit of a harder time and leaving him relatively worse for wear, as Wako is going to be able to get his health not regained, because Doc is now out of stim pistols and not able to give his teammates any more support other than his very powerful gun with the MP5. But Jodas giving away his position, sitting at just 45 seconds left with active pings from the Alibi Prismas. And
And it's very unfortunate too.
Right.
The thing is, Jodas could really use a stim right now, but Doc's out. Doc doesn't have any stims. Jodas needs the stims more than anybody on the team. Wako doesn't need them. He doesn't need them. Jodas needs them.
You know what Mustard should do? He should give his stims to Jodas. That would be so very friendly and so very helpful.
That is sportsmanship.
That is sportsmanship. And Arno says, nah, we don't like sportsmanship, and is going to shut Jodas out at the gate and give Free Education their round win, as they so desperately need at this point.
Absolutely, and that puts them into that 5-2 slot right there. It's like you said, Predex on their attacks are not historically great, but they do need to pull it off here, because I think that if they were to take it to OT, they're going to have issues with momentum.
And we might just see a repeat of last match, where Predex is able to get this big, heavy lead going into the second half, and then it churned on its head by Free Education being able to rock the defense, which is exactly what we saw last time, albeit inverse. But that's the thing. You have to be able to win those attacking rounds as well as defensive to be able to win the games. And we didn't see that up until overtime match points for these teams on Oregon, which is very interesting to say the least, how they did so well defending on both of their halves, and then going into overtime, both of them were able to win their attacking rounds for overtime. Yeah. It's not to say uncharacteristic of the rest of the map, but it's just very interesting to see that track record and then see the script completely flipped. And while I say things being flipped, the entirety of the team comp for Predator X, aside from Ace, has been changed around. Had various operators bringing in now the Doke, Buck, Thatcher, and Thermite to be able to better deal with this basement hold, which is the first time we've actually seen basement on this map.
And you know why we see basement on this map is because it's Free Ed on defense. Historically, and by historically I mean last map, they played a very heavy roam whenever they had a downstairs site, and it's the same idea here. They are going downstairs, they're having that huge roam, wasting a ton of time, and it has been shown that Free Ed gets a lot of their ones. As I said, there's Wako with a kill on a Foresight. Oh my god, Kronk and Didi get triple onto Wako, Arno, and somebody else, Mustard. I mean, you want to talk about flipped man advantage immediately? That's it right there. We have Predex here. They have the advantage. They even have the Doki chems at this point. It's all up to Servant and Dasan to really kind of get these picks. Didi's going to shut that down. Dasan gets taken out. Servant's looking for a pick here on blue stairs. He's going to get it onto Didi. It's now a 1v3, but he is going to get killed on his way upstairs. That's a round for Predex, and it is very close to being in their hands.
And this is now match point. Free Education now has to play near perfectly to avoid being eliminated here. They are just about as close as they can be to being knocked out, and now they have to run how many? At least 4 more rounds victory, and then an additional 2 overtime. So that's they have to win 6 rounds, 4 in a row, mind you, and then 2 more into overtime where they only have a margin of 1 round loss. Not to say it's not looking good, but it's not looking good. They're going to be having to hold Kitchen as Bar worked for them, but they can't go back there until next round, assuming they make it through this round. And Basement was such a glaring defeat that it makes sense that they don't even want to try it again. We see the Supernova with the brick, but I don't think even that can save them from this type of deficit.
I'm not sure. I mean, you got to think best case scenario, Predex has to win 1 round, and the very, very worst case scenario, Predex has to win 2. Best case scenario, Free Ed has to win 6 rounds in order to come back. That's best case scenario. Their worst case scenario, they get shut out right now. It doesn't matter. But we just have to see if Free Ed can really turn it around here. Like you said, they've got to play perfect. They've got to play more as a team, in my opinion. I think that their ones have been sorely lacking lately. That can kind of be seen by the scoreboard a little bit. Nobody there technically has any sort of really high kills versus somebody else. I mean, Didi right now is going 14-5. If you ask for a great entry, that's him right now. He is doing everything in his power to get those picks early. We can see again, it's that library take. Like we said with Free Ed, it's one of those things where you need to get that library map controller. You're going to be having a horrible time trying to attack.
I mean, now we can already see with the Yana Gemini clone going out, they're very systematically taking this map, as they did last time. However, I wouldn't even say that was more of an entrance. That was an early execute onto all of the upstairs players, because they're all bunched together, and then they're all knocked out. Servant and Wako near simultaneously taking a lot of damage. Crunk on the back end also getting damaged, but Shup able to knock out Mustard to open up this round and make it that much harder for Free Education, losing that UMP with practically no recoil, and any remaining castle barricades is not the best situation. I would hope that all those castle barricades, or at least in the end of Free Education, have been used and used effectively. But having your 2 main roamers now damaged or dead, you have Arno with the Supernova sitting over by Piano now bathroom, having to hold real close. And there's really not much you can do other than fall off and let that Vert go, because they don't have anything to hold Vert, and Kronk is knocked out by Serving as well, which makes things much better on the roam.
Absolutely, and I will admit I was yawning at the time, but I will say that I thought that IQ blew herself up with that breach charge on Piano Window. I actually would have probably peed my pants laughing if that happened, but that's not the case. Here we have Servant. He dropped down the hatch. He knows that they are going for that dining room door. He knows that he has to really just kind of get those picks. Wako with a pick there onto Shup. What a great shot there. Way to shut that down. It actually puts man advantage in their favor, though the health advantage is definitely nowhere near in their favor. With Deity coming in, he wants to get this pick right now. He knows pretty much exactly where that player is. Serving gets a kill there onto Jodas. Brings it into now a 2v4. Make that a 2v3 with Servin going down. It's very close right now. They're either going to look for picks or they're going to look for the plan. It's really up to them. Wako taking a lot of damage.
Did you see how many bullet drills came through that door? Good lord, the amount of angles holding Thatcher on that door, that is a good defense. Being able to set up those crosses to the point where if 1 missed, or even 2 miss, the 3rd is ready. Because wow, just the amount of bullet hell that was, that you cannot possibly dodge or duck or dip or dive or dodge your way out of any of it or all of it. You're just kind of dead in the water. And that is exactly the type of thing you need to be doing if you're Free Education. You need to be taking advantage of that. You need to be fighting tooth and nail to get these rounds in your favor. And they did just that. But they're not going to have to stop there. They have to keep going. They have 5 more rounds that they have to win to be able to take this home, and they'd have no room for error, no room for mistakes, and luckily they didn't have any this time around, at least. But
I tell you what, That bullet crossfire looked like it was storming Normandy Beach. That was absolutely crazy. I don't mean to cut you off, but I tell you what, if I walked into a door and I saw 3 bullet trails of just these, I mean, there were
That's
so many bullets
that
flying out of the
that
range.
surely is a mom come pick me up, I'm scared type of moment. I
I
can
would
only
be
imagine.
terrified.
But
That
like
is crazy.
sitting at this type of spot, knowing that it's match point, I can only imagine that everyone from Predator X watching that was like, "Well, you still gotta push. You gotta get those picks. You gotta get in there because what else can you do? You're sitting at such a big lead. You may have to take a little risks." And Mustard going down, luckily being Doctor, the nice Gustav Katev being able to res himself, getting himself full health now with the Doc buff, and still having 2 in pocket that he can use for either him or his friends. At a very powerful position being in the corner of library. That's a great spot to have a Doc to be able to heal and get that health off when you need it, because that is such an important role and important spot to be able to hold on this type of bar setup.
Absolutely. And I mean, if you want to write down a strat, this is a strat to write down. The Doc and the Wamai combo here in library is a deadly hold. You got to think that the Doc is watching the window down below, which is a very strong window onto sight. He's also holding the double window above and can listen for the window in between the bookshelves as well. With the Wamai being there, he's stopping a majority of utility going through there and making sure that that Doc stays as safe as possible. We did see that nade did get through and did down the Doc, but it's very difficult to get a nade in there that will actually kill Doc. Not to mention now, like you said, with that new Doc buff, getting that 100% health in is phenomenal. It is
Not
definitely
only
something
that,
that was much needed.
Not only that, he also has frost mats on both his main windows for library, which makes entrance essentially, not to say impossible, but so glaringly difficult, to the point where Predator X has to change their entire attack 2/3 of the way through the round. With only a minute left, nobody on the field going down. Kronk a little bit worse for wear, but still workable. And they still have to make something happen. Dasan taking damage, and the Deity finally falling to serving, as well as Dasan being able to pick up Kronk. And that turns this into a 5v3 in the hands of Free Education. They have this man advantage, and they have the time to hold him. Shup taking damage, as well as Jodas as well. But Dasan able to knock out Foresight. Now there is no player on Predator X who hasn't taken damage. And this is big for Free Education. They're having such a dominant defensive half now that they're able to work their strats. Sitting at 15 seconds at a 5v1. I'm so surprised that there's not going to be a timeout possibly called right here when they're sitting at match point, losing 2 rounds and one of them being flawless.
Absolutely, but we have not seen a timeout from either team this entire map or last map for that matter. I'm not expecting a timeout to go through at all, actually, for that matter. I think that they're going to continue to rock out the best that they can. And I think that they are just trying to tell themselves to slow down just a tad bit, communicate a little bit better, and make sure that they can really try to isolate their picks the best that they can. Sometimes you got to think less about getting the map control and think that if the defensive team is going to play so heavily on the roam, look more direct. There's nothing wrong with going for direct take, and I think that that's something that they need to consider and has not been considered this entire series.
That's the thing. They're slowly losing their lead for Predator, at least that is. And now they're sitting at 4 and 6, which is still fine because it's match point and they can still make this work. Heading back to basement, which historically was Predator's win. So that's kind of interesting that they're even bothering taking it back here. They won the bar hold, which was their first defending round, and they're now going through the motions because they seemingly don't want to play second floor, which they haven't played yet on their defensive half. So I'm kind of curious to see just why they're avoiding second floor so hard when they've already lost basement once. Maybe they're confident in the fact that they can win it this time around, or they really just don't like second floor.
Yeah, it really runs down to like confidence. Maybe you don't have the 2 sites that you want to go to or any site that you want to go to, so you pick the best that you can get. And in this case, that's going to be downstairs. With Shup dropping down on the Osa, Thermite is going to open up main wall there. Osa is a huge presence to think about. As far as being able to get rid of that shield, you really are hoping for impacts or nitros. And we can see here that Valkyrie has no impacts. The only person with impacts right now is Legion. And Legion's going to go up and get that Osa shield right now. I'm sorry, he's actually going to get the pick onto DD with Servant getting the pick there onto Shup. Now it's, I mean, one of those things where you just lost that man advantage so quickly. You're down to a 3v5. You're losing that distance in between the two teams as far as the scoreboard goes, just as you said. And as you said earlier as well, Freead has been very heavily known for their defenses, and it's really coming to play right now. They are pushing as best that they can to play perfectly. They still have a ways to go, but if there's any hope, it's right now.
And I mean, I couldn't agree more, especially being able to knock out Deity being the top frag of Predator X, and Shup on the Osa using those valuable Talon 8 shields to as much as they can, but they can't now. They were shut down from behind the shield, shot through head holes all the way into sight. That's a big loss. But quickly turned into a 3v3 with frags going out on either side. Kronk able to take out Mustard, and Dasan finally succumbing to his wounds, I believe. And we're sitting at a minute left, 3v3, and a kind of undecided hold. They finally got trench wall open with those exothermic charges. They know Arno is sitting in blue, and we still have flank watch, but Jodiz and Foresight are having to push, and both are knocked down by Serving. He just completely deadlocked them to the point where Kronk is the only one remaining, having to sit on a 3v1 with just under a minute, and to be honest, not a whole lot of chances to make something work.
There's definitely not a lot to do here as far as being able to push in a 3v1 scenario. I'm sorry, 1v3 scenario in this case for Kronk. We can see him kind of bot walking towards main stairs. He knows that he doesn't have a ton of chance. Maybe he can get a few picks here. We'll see what happens. He does see a few pings going out. Maybe he's going to get this kill through the floor. Oh my god, he flicks, gets that kill onto Serving, though 10 seconds left. There's not a lot of hope. He either has to get the immediate plant down, which is not going to happen anymore as time has run out. And that's going to be it. He's not going to be able to get that. He didn't have the diffuser in the first place, so, I mean, there's not much that he can do there. I bet you he's telling his team right now that he got his pick and that it's their fault.
And I mean, well, I would say it's a free round, simply only because free education. It really wasn't. They did have to fight for the majority of that round. They were able to get their first picks, but they were quickly refragged and knocked back down into that 3v3. And then it just came to Serving, absolutely serving his kills. And that really won them the round. After that, they didn't have to do too much. The Serving went down through the floor, which was albeit a beautiful kill, but not enough to really make anything else happen. And now Predator X is sitting at not the best situation. They're sitting at 5-6, just one round away from having to go to overtime and really having to work for this, but they can't make anything happen while on attack. It's just not working right now. They only have won once on attack, which is a complete same type of deal that happened on their defensive half. Free Education was only able to win their attack on the 5th round in, and Predator X already used their one attacking round win. So I don't know whether they're gonna get another. They might, because they're still avoiding second floor. However, the only site that they won was basement, and that was off of getting those early multiple kills to put it into an immediate 5v1 within like 2 minutes of the round. So I'm not sure if Free Education is going to let it slide that easy. We still see Arno on the Supernova with the brick though, so I'm kind of happy either way.
Absolutely. You can't really ever be sad if you see that Supernova with the brick being played. Arno, obviously, on that Echo. Great intel gathering operator, obviously. We got Foresight heading over to the library side again, along with Shup. I got to say, if this was me and this was my team, and we just lost 4 of our defensive rounds, almost in a row, 3 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, actually. If I'm losing that many rounds in a row and I know that they roam heavy, I'm taking an Ash charge to the main door and I'm running into dining and nothing's going to stop me. Dasan with an early pick there onto Foresight. Again, this is a mountain to climb for Predex, and I think it's very unfortunate the situation that they're currently in. They've got a lot to make up for. They got those early defensive rounds. They did get that one attack round, but now they're just struggling. They cannot find a grip. They cannot find any sort of picks either. With Shup here taking control upstairs, they do have library, which is I'm assuming what they were going for to start with, but there wasn't a lot of pushback from free ed in the first place. An early pick is great, but I mean, here we are. They have those upstairs control and library, but they're not really doing too much with it as we speak. With a minute 20 left in the round, they're going to have a lot to make up for right now.
And Sticks, I often wonder, do these teams forget they have timeouts? I feel like they have to, right? Because
I feel like I wonder too, and I also need to tell my Alexa to shut up.
because I feel like with how heavily these rounds swing in their favor, I feel like they need a timeout. Even when it came down to overtime match point, you didn't see a single timeout from either team. And especially now, with Predator X sitting at 5v3, such a massive man disadvantage, especially while attacking, not able to clear these roamers, and really serving, just giving them the hardest time in the world. Though as I say that, still doing a little bit of damage onto Jodas, serving is knocked out of the equation. But with 30 seconds left and only one pick, I don't see this execute going too well. However, I might be surprised and I might be proved wrong. Predator X is able to get the exothermic charge on wall, but the Goyo Vulcan canister is denying that and is going to deny it for the rest of the round as it burns for 20 seconds and there was only 17 when it was blown. This is just disastrous. Sitting at 2v2 now, with picks going out, Jodas is still getting the plant down as one is down in essentially a 1v1 with plant going down. He doesn't know it's on half wall, and he might be able to get him. Thermite peaks, and Thermite will take it, with Pred X being able to knock Free Education right out of here on a beautiful execute to close this game.
Wow. What a beautiful time. Thermite had to have gone through the door to get that plant down, and he planted in the perfect spot. His teammates were doing exactly what they should have to go ahead and make sure that they could really finish that execute and get that bomb down. There's no better way to play that than the way that they just did.
I mean, honestly, whatever got them the round win, I feel like that is the best way. Because as we've seen here, they lost multiple rounds in a row and just then were able to make something happen despite it being such a bad situation. Like we were watching the exothermic going off, they were in man disadvantage, the Goyo canister on the other side of the wall locking down the entire breach for the entire remaining time left. That is already a bad situation and it's already very demoralizing. However, with them being able to get the picks on Solar side, the one pick and then the resulting following down and turning it into essentially that 1v1, that was a much better situation to be able to clutch, and which Thermite did. It was great. And that secured their spot and secured them still in this running. They are not the ones being eliminated today, luckily for them. However, the same cannot be said for Free Education.
Absolutely. And you got to think that that feels good, especially after their initial loss to HK 7-1. They did not get a big chance there. And now they got their chance. They took advantage of it. They brought down the team that technically probably, in all honesty, probably should have won. I think that, they did everything right. I think that there was a lot of mistakes made by both teams, but I think that Predex did a great job about adapting to you know, exactly what Free Ed was doing. They continued to do well, they continued to win their gunfights, and I'm really, really happy with how they performed today.
And I mean, as you said, whoever won Chalet was going to win the series. And so they did.
I sure did say that. They call me a knower,
Wow, okay. But I mean, to be fair, with it being the best of 3, I feel like they had to have won that. Any one of these teams have to win that. Unless Free Education was able to win Oregon and push it to Cafe, or even Predex was able to win Oregon and push it to Cafe for that win. But who's to say? Maybe in another world, maybe in another life. But that is the end of Free Education this time around and the end of this match. And we do have another matchup coming up at 9 o'clock, I believe, Eastern Standard. and it will be Lycus versus Not Weebs, which should be a big match in itself. So get
Absolutely.
excited for that.
And I'm not sure how the fan base is for Not Weebs, but I do know that Lycus has a few guys that I know personally. If they don't win, I'm gonna knock them on the head.
I mean, but if one team is Not Weebs, does that make the others Weebs?
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and say that Lycus is a team full of weebs.
Oh, interesting. Whether to see if that has any effect on gameplay and style, who's to say?
We may not know, to be
We don't
honest.
know. It.
What a
I
great
don't.
game,
I
though.
don't think the study has been done whether weebs play differently than not weebs.
We're gonna have to ask. We're gonna ask Lycus before the match and ask them if they're weebs, and if they are weebs, then everything we said is coming to fruition, and we're gonna have to see weebs versus not weebs. Who's gonna win that?
I don't know, but we will be seeing very soon. Stick around and find out yet again at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. We'll see you guys soon.
We live though, I ain't high, but I still got high hopes. The good vibes never show up on time though, so I'm singing like Mariah with the high notes. So fly though, catch me in the sky. Everybody gotta ask me for a ride. Strapped like a thing that you keep on the side at a wedding as a guest might leave with the bride. So sick like Neo was, I fly in and say shit like a hero does. You got L's and your team got 0 dubs. I put y'all behind bars like a CO would, yup. I survived the flood, I found strength somehow to get out the mud. So your little accolade don't count to us. Anything that you try won't amount to us, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yup. I supply what's demanded. I find peace, then expand it. Peep, I ain't average. Can't be from this planet, but I bleed through the bandage. Weak, but I'm avid. Go to sleep with the baddest. On my feet, something drastic. Weave to the basket. Couple G's and I'm laughing. For the cheese, I'm a magnet. Deep the advantage. I'm like so far ahead now. I got butter for the bread now. Chilling on a big cloud. And I won't come down, cause this is where I love and I live now. Get what you give out. Had to burn another bridge down. It just is what it is now. Life in a bitch, no. It's a curse and a gift though. It should be that simple, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional.
shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop time, baby, I'm staying here, and I'll be waiting for you. You shake my mind, you burn my heart, you stop the time, baby, I'm standing here, and I'll be waiting for you.
Don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done? Don't you think we're done? Knew that it was true from the way you looked at me. Don't know what to do, what to say to make you leave with me. Make me feel alive. Take my hand around, let me be the one. Let's just take the dive.
of reward. Is it better than it was before? She's a dark, dirty girl in a world that tells her just how she should live. It's so easy to ignore. Push the limit just a little more. She would die for the chance just to change it, but she's got no more to give. When the lights go down, it becomes the very moment she can see that there's no easy way out of the place that she never really wanted to be. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence. One last kiss, sealing all your empty promises. Over and over again. Over and over again. Lying face down on the floor, there's a dim light at the bottom of the door. Won't you just fall back on the darkness? It's calling your name. As the days run into the nights, never mind now. Ain't that 'cause everything's alright? So alone and heartless, tell me who's to blame. When the lights go down, it becomes the very moment she can see that there's no easy way out of the place that you never really wanted to be. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence. One last kiss, sealing all your empty promises. Over and over again. Over and over again. And if only you could let it go. Don't you wanna, but you'll never know. And now you're falling with your concrete soul. Don't tell me that you're in control. It's that one last kiss. Don't try to save your innocence. One last kiss, sealing all your empty promises. Over and over again. Over and over again. If only, if only.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me.
chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so. And now I'm chasing nightmares through I used to run with you through the great big leaves. Laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
I'm walking around in the circle of life, doing the things I know, walking the same ways 100 times with the same soul. But do you ever try to path on the right side, put it up in your mind? But do you ever try to path on the left side, put it up in your mind? It's gonna be alright. You run, try, roll your mind. You run, try, roll your mind.
On to the next game of tonight as we move on with the action in Group C. We just got done with our previous game. PXG take the 2-0 win to send Free Education out of TPL. And now, well, this match isn't really about sending anybody out of TPL. Rather, it gives them a second chance if they can't quite cut the mustard in this next match. Of course, I'm talking about Lycus versus not Weebs. I almost forgot the name. Not Weebs here as second match. Newcasters. Things switched around. I'm Custard. This is Alios. And I mean, how are you doing? I mean, these are teams that you know quite well.
They are. Through just watching things like SFCL quals and SCS quals, and also casting a little bit of both the qualifiers for this season of Premier League and also the upcoming season of SFCL. I've seen both these teams quite a bit. So I'm excited to cast them. We have there's not Weebs and Lycus Empire, as you said. I believe we have some player cards for them that we can kind of go over, or rosters rather. Unless I'm getting the run of show wrong, in which case Stan will eat me alive like the midget eater that's going around and taking some people's souls.
Yeah, I've heard about that. I've seen
I was
memes
wrong.
on Twitter.
It's actually the bracket that's next in the standings.
Yeah, there's a lot of I wouldn't even really say a lot of confusion. It's pretty straightforward. If not Weebs or Lycus Empire lose today, then they get to head into that promotion match where they get to face against Okami. Sorry, that wasn't really Group C that last match. I think it was like Group A or Group B. I can't quite remember. But anyways, regardless of that, this is Group C, and if either one of these teams win, they move forward to the upper bracket grand final. If they lose, they get a second chance in a promotion match where they have a second chance at qualifying for playoffs. And if they lose the promotion match, then they are out of TPO. But both of these teams have good records this season. They've had pretty dominant wins in their respective maps. Not really Lycus. They beat Okami 7-5 to get here, whereas not Weebs, not really the case. 7-1 on Cafe against Let Them Cook, who did end up making an exit out of TPL just yesterday. So I mean, pretty interesting stuff here that we have for our bracket and for our run of show, at least in terms of how we're running the league. And I mean, it's pretty interesting. It's just as interesting, or not really just as interesting, but kind of interesting to see a league ran like this, kind of like SCS with
Yeah.
the Swiss group stage.
Yeah, I would like to make a issue small correction in that the Lycus Okami game was actually 7-3, so a
Oh,
little bit closer,
a little
but
bit.
still fairly dominant in the favor of Lycus, which I think is what we'd expect. Although Okami is still a really good team, which does make that scoreline impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Now we actually do have the team cards next up. I looked at the runner show this time. I used my eyeballs. Thank you, Stan, for giving us the runner show. We have Not Weebs, which is a team that has had quite a few roster moves just because uh, of the nature of the team being a little bit more like a pug stack that just kind of lasts
Mm-hmm.
forever. Which, nothing wrong with that. You gotta have some fun. We have Super Sub Xer, Pandai, HUD, Louis, Dan3041, Mods, and Moved as a stand-in. So quite a few people, which again just goes kind of lend itself to the nature of the team, but none of these players are bad. And as we can see, they have a 73% win rate, which is really good. And they excel on maps like Cafe, which is a map that takes quite a bit of coordination and team play and forethought to be able to do well there. So that does show that there is some organization here and there is some ability to kind of mold the chaos that tends to come with pug stacks into something that's scary.
Yeah, and they have some pretty well-known players throughout the community. The most popular one being Dan3041. I used to watch his streams a lot back in the day, and now to see him kind of compete at not really the highest level. The highest level that he's competed at is SCS, but he did quite well, at least in the qualifier stage, or not in the qualifiers, or in the bracket, whatever the case may be. The Not Weebs did really well in SCS, and it's nice to see players who have kind of like been on the rank grind kind of make their move into FPL, into then TPL, into then SCS, SFCL. And it's nice to see their strategies and their organization kind of upgrade with that experience. So I mean, compared to like his Empire, their path here vastly different. Like his Empire were
Absolutely.
invited, not Weebs weren't. They had to crawl. So I mean, they had to hustle to get in here. They're a hustler of a team. They love to work. But speaking of like his Empire,
Yeah.
you'll see their name on the screen: Aggro, Candle, Cryptics, Ozone, Woos, Repos, who's taking a bit of a break, and Brios. So we don't really know what their confirmed five is going to look like. But again, all of these players are really well known, especially Ozone and Candle.
Yeah, Ozone and Brios have both spent some time in Seattle, though Brios spent a little bit more time playing for Unemployment. And Brios, a while ago, Brios was on Unemployment, which was which was Karn's team, which is Evolution of Carnico. And for a while, Ozone was on Outlast when they were in Seattle. He played two games,
Mm-hmm.
I believe, relegation game, having a 1-3 win rate, though he was given a little bit of a bad situation to work with. But this core, if people have been around for long enough, they will remember, is the old Mystic main core before they had an unfortunate exit from the most recent season of Xenon Gaming Series.
Mm-hmm.
But they've kind of redeemed themselves. They just kind of took a step back, went into hiding for a little bit, picked up Woos in place of Moses, and just rebuilt themselves. And they've looked really, really good for it. It's been quite entertaining to watch them. They even qualified for the last season of SCS, although they did have a rather unfortunate bracket considering a lot of the circumstances. The second team they played, if I recall, was Aerial Rise Academy,
Mm.
which isn't really who you want to play early on, given that they were the only team to take maps off of Oxygen, who placed number 3 at the Invitational, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. So, still good stuff from them. I am looking forward to seeing how they're going to do here.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, no, for sure. Lycus Empire, I haven't seen them as of recently, of course, but I do know about some of their players. I follow Ozone on Twitter. Follow me back, Ozone, please. This is not me begging. This is just me asking. But anyways, yeah, they have a couple well-known players, just like how Not Weebs do, and they're pretty well-known in the community. They have some pretty good players. Overall, Lycus Empire, I'm excited to see their progress here in TPO, and how well they've progressed in the last few seasons, compared to what, they're unfortunate and in SCS, again, like you said, facing
Yeah.
against triple A first, because nobody wants to do that.
Yeah.
But
So
anyways,
we're gonna have the map bands come up here in just a second, as we need to figure out what we're gonna play, and it's gonna be Oregon Bank and Clubhouse with Cafe actually being the first ban taken out by Lycus, which does make sense, as we did establish that Notweaves really like that map, so it is kind of the obvious one to ban out first. So
Mhm.
there is a little bit of counterplay going on between these two teams. Then, of course, when we actually get to the maps that were picked, we have Oregon, which is a map that I'm sure we all know. It's something that we've all definitely scrummed if we've played competitive, because it's like home, realistically. It's what I, amongst a lot of others, call kind of fundamentals maps, along with like Clubhouse and Villa. And I like to refer to it
Mhm.
as a home map, because typically whenever you first learn to play competitive, you're going to learn things like Oregon and Clubhouse and then Villa, and then, some Chalet and Cafe if you're feeling adventurous. So really, nothing in this map ban bracket is at all surprising to me.
Yeah, as somebody who doesn't play comp at all, just because I'm genuinely just that bad at the game, and I have no aspirations in comp. Whenever I've casted any type of siege match, Oregon has always been the first map that I think of. It's either Oregon, it's either Clubhouse, or even Villa nowadays, especially at like maybe the T3 levels. A lot of the teams higher up like to play that map. Not so much teams in the T4, T3, but yeah, pretty common maps that I get to cast. But it seems like that we are ready for the first map of Oregon, so that means we should be heading into the matchup right now. Remember, first map Oregon, second map Bank, and then we go to that decider of Clubhouse. All very typical maps, really at any level of the competitive scene, and so no real surprises for what we might get here in terms of strats, I believe.
Yeah, I think the most kind of out there map we have right now is Bank, which does make sense
Mm-hmm.
because it was picked by Lycus Empire, who are going to be most likely the more organized of these two teams. Speaking of which, we're going to see them ban Ying, which does make a lot of sense, as that is something that Notweebs likes to bring out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also just really good for this map, very good for not only rush executes, but also just executes in general, as when you're Flash and you're not a Warden, there's not a ton you can do while you're wearing sunglasses that you frantically put on your face to not get blinded. The second attacking band will come out from Not Weebs in just a second, and it's going to be Dokubi, who makes roaming a lot more difficult, as she can kind of figure out where you are by ringing your phone as if she was your mother in an awkward time during a meeting. And also, she forces people off of cams if she calls while you're on cams and you're dead. So, really, a quite sensible ban, in my opinion.
Yeah, but that also leaves a Nook on the board too. So I mean, pay attention to those extra lurky lurks when Nook is on the board, because I imagine that if they don't get the Dokubi to help them hunt down the roamers, then they're most definitely are gonna make good use of the knock if they can, well, play her properly, because Knock does take quite a bit of skill. Solus is going to be one of the two defenders banned, with Cade being the final one. Cade makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of hatches, at least on the basement site, not really so much on the middle floor plus second floor. And Solus is quite powerful, actually stupidly powerful, especially in today's meta.
So it does appear that the fifth for Lycus is going to be Candle, so they are going back to Old Faithful, with the final lineup being Cryptix, Candle, Brios, Ozone, and Aggro. El Jefe is Ozone, for those of you at home who might not want to keep up with the, I'm going to call it Estrella syndrome names, where they aren't quite what the players actually call themselves on a regular basis. Basement is going to be our first line of defense here for Lycus, which is very typical for this map. It is probably the most defender-sided site on this map, so go to somewhere you're comfortable with, somewhere that you know how to defend, where you kind of figure out what Notwaves are going to do. And, well, it looks like they do roam as well, which is something that I'm always a fan of, because usually they work out pretty damn well.
Yeah, when I've casted Oregon the previous two times, at least in this week alone, I've seen teams kind of opt for a more roam heavy strat, especially involving a castle strategy, where they try and like they just waste a lot of time, a lot of the attacker utility on the roam. They try and burn out drones, they try and waste time. They don't really over aggress or give up peaks or give up picks, sorry, early, and then they just play sight when it's time for them to do so. But like his Empire aren't going to do that. Aggro gets the first kill off of a spawn peak, and that's the only hard breacher here for Not Weebs.
Bit of an unfortunate circumstance, being that Exeter had, well, as Custer mentioned, the only hard breach that is being brought out by. Actually, yeah, the only hard breach, because Black has Flash, the only hard breach brought out by
Yeah.
Notweebs is going to be taken off the board, which means that they're going to have to work extra hard to do anything, and the Hibana was also probably going to be one of the primary droners, so that is off the board as well. Looks like HUD wants to get inside of Master, or Bunks rather. He's going to drone an out, see an Albiclon, see some feed holes, and maybe see aggro as well, while Dan is outside of Master bedroom. Just going to drone in with his Jonaclone, figure out where people are so they can start to make their move into the building and take some ground. Although no one's picked up the diffuser yet, which might come back to bite them later, but we'll have to see, as that's quite a ways away.
Yeah, at the moment though, they're running into a lot of reinforcements in which could be dealt with where the Hard Breach are alive. Honestly, aggro peeking that he could have just retreated into attic and then rotated out of there if he wanted to, but Lycus Empire holding aggressively on the second floor finds 2 picks through Brios, and that means that not Weebs, they only have 2 men standing with about 1:25, and they are no closer to breaking the site than they have with breaking the second floor, in which they already have control of, yes, but you also have to get onto site pretty soon, and you don't really have any site breakdown utility. You don't have any heart breaches because your heart breach was killed early, the first one to die, without getting any of those Habana pellets off, and you don't have any hatches open. So I mean, this is kind of this is gonna be very awkward for not Weeps to encounter, at least on this basement site.
A little bit of a lame Mickey attack here, but that's okay. It is also worth noting that no one's picked up the diffuser quite yet, although it looks like Louis might be going for it. 45 seconds are all that separates us between one of these teams winning. Though, it doesn't look like there's nothing directly lined up for Not Weaves. They're gonna have to force something here, and it looks like that thing is going to be Freezer, as Louis is gonna make his way down. Dan's gonna try to nade, and then Louis is gonna peek off of that nade, although there are bodies to throw around for Lycus. Nade goes out over the locker, so they peek into the hallway. Louis walks up. Maybe gonna try to get a cheeky pick on Fraser, though with the entire wall being open, that is an awkward angle to contest. Ozone finds one. So kill's found, and another kill as Lycus cleaned things up fairly swiftly in really good fashion, taking advantage of their early spawn peak and turning that into a round win.
Yeah. Not Weave seemed a little bit awkward encountering the roam there from Lycus Empire, and plus lost their hard breach pretty early, and as well as some crucial picks pretty early, encountering the roam of Lycus Empire, and couldn't really catch the players off guard as Lycus Empire retreated back onto site, or at least most of their players did. 2 of them died on the roam, but again, Brios, who did die, took 2 people with them, and aggro took the biggest pick of them all, the hard breach of the Habana, and now not Weebs, but Lycus Empire now choosing to go to an off secondary site choice. This is kind of interesting. Meeting and dining.
It is something that isn't surprising if you know the people that are on the team, as they like to do this kind of stuff. But not really a bad choice, not really a good one either, just kind of a choice in my opinion, as all the sites on Oregon are good. I think that's one of the reasons that it is such a default map for so many people, and a lot of people also don't necessarily know how to attack this specific bomb site because it's not usually the tertiary site that's played. It is worth noting, though, that Louis has a drone on the bomb inside, although Cryptix is going to shoot it, as I mentioned that, so a little bit of information taken off of the board. And it looks like we're going to have a fairly aggressive side hold here, with a shield, as well as head holes and a dock, all able to contest small tower, as well as full side holes into shower, so more ways for the attack to be peaked. And this is almost certainly something they're going to look to take advantage of, as what we saw last round indicates that Lycus like to be in your face. They don't like to let you take ground when they give you the ground.
Yeah, Lycus Empire like to contend for those early picks, just like how they did in the last round with aggro going for a pretty aggro spawn peak that did net him the first kill, a pretty important one at that. And aggro is playing in an aggressive position yet again, playing in a small tower, playing in a small office area, and he's not only being droned out, but potentially some utility could be coming his way. But since he's the Wamai, he has those rechargeable Wamai discs, and he could be allowed to sit here forever, but the Flores drone probably going to look to dislodge him out of that position, won't really go off without a hitch, and you also have nobody on the small office window to catch him on the rotate as he's overexposed himself.
Let's Gonna be holding this angle. Brios gets one of Louis in the meantime. They're gonna look to collapse on aggro, but he's pretty keen on not letting that happen. It looks like they're not quite sure where he is, and he gets picked somehow! Gets refragged, but the Brios gets another one as well into Dan, and it's all left up to Pandai and Exer. Pandai has the diffuser. There's one in Shower Hollows to contend with, but no one reveals themselves quite yet. Worried about the shield inside of Dining as well as Brios. Sitting behind it, good discipline. He knows that he just has to play the trades at this point. He does move to a more aggressive angle after Pandai kind of pulls off a little bit, gets onto his drone. Now Brios Cryptics positioned on the site to hold across with one another and just make sure that no matter where Notweebs look to go, they are going to be uncomfortable. Less than a minute left, information coming from the BP inside of Shower Hall. It's going to get even more difficult for Notweebs going forward.
Notweebs stuck between a rock and a hard spot. It was like this in the last round where they lost some just pretty important picks. This time they at least have their hard breacher standing, and that means that they can open extra sight lines into the site, plus an extra way to get into the default plant spot, which Pandai has. And it seems like his Empire has given up Shower's control, and that means that Exer has a good cross that he can hold to defend his teammate. But Pandai, as he gets off the plant, has to stand up, is on low HP, falls, and is now confirmed to be dead. Exer, though, in the 1v3, can't quite clutch it out despite getting the first of 4 picks. Can't find the last 3, and it's like his Empire to close out the round. Brios in the defuse, like his Empire 2-0 up.
Looks like we're gonna have a little bit of a tech pause coming out here, so even though it's not a tactical pause, it is going to give Notweebs a second to kind of talk about things and maybe figure out what they want to do for this next round, figuring out where things are going wrong. But I would like to say that I do really like the way that Lycus are getting aggressive. No matter what's being taken, it doesn't really feel like a victory for Notweebs. They're having to work for it, or they're having to work really hard for it, and even then, they're not getting it for free, right? Someone's always swinging out and making your life a hassle when you're trying to take ground off of Lycus, and it's really worked, as even with that hold inside a small tower with aggro backed into corner, which feels like a free pick, it feels like something that should just be given to Notweebs, and aggro still manages to kill someone, while Brios kills someone off screen as well, which just further compounds the issue. And then they pull back a little bit to let the diffuser get down, and then they take advantage of the fact that Pandai is not really in a great place inside of the site once the diffuser goes down. So they're able to just pick him off, and then it's a 1v4 against Exer, and he's not really going to win that with the gun skill that Lycus has been exhibiting.
Yeah, so far so good for Lycus Empire. Their aggression has just been paying off, and you have players like Aggro who are just winning insane gunfights. I mean, that one in Small Tower, in the Small Tower outfits, I'm sorry. I said it during that round that I felt like somebody should have been also putting pressure on the small office window. Nobody was doing that, and when Aggro overexposed himself to the window, he had no worries about anybody cutting him off as he hid behind the desk. And then on top of that, the Notweebs players, the 2 of them, which was I believe Pandai and the player who was on the Flores, kind of like botched their flashes, one flashing Pandai, forcing him to evacuate. And as he evacuated, Flores had to swing, took the gunfight, lost it. At least Pandai got the refrag, but again, you have other players dying on other areas of the map, and they can't quite get a foothold in those areas. And Lycus Empire winning their gunfights, but also just making Notweebs look a little bit shaky so far in these first 2 attacks.
Just one small room above the site is something that feels like an impossible task to take, and then there's the site itself to contend with, and you're not getting through that with Brios behind his shield with the dock as well. So even if you do get an arm shot off on him, he can just heal himself. You're gonna see kids' dorms come out next for Lycus Empire. Gonna see a fairly typical setup in my opinion, with Mozzie and the Valkyrie either acting as information denial or information gain in the case of both of them, along with the Jaeger and Warden to deal with some throwables. And you got yourself solid defense. Also, just the MPX with the 1.5 is just a really fun gun to use. I believe it was TK said that whenever he would make strategies for his team, he'd just pick a 1.5 and then just build the entire strategy around him using that 1.5. So it's a really good sight to have, especially with someone with the gun skill that Candle has.
Yeah.
You see the rounds start now, and I am really interested to see how Not Weebs are going to try and adapt, especially after getting the minute or so from the tech timeout to kind of talk things over.
Yeah, I just imagine it's maybe we need to swing a little bit more together, work on the teamwork just a little bit better, guys, or even just just win your ones. That's quite literally it, because like as Empires have been winning their ones, have been winning their twos even, and Not Weebs have been struggling to get the effective refrags that they need to put themselves back into a round. Nice intel gathering from Not Weebs, or really just intel gathering in general, helps to find out aggro playing over by the shower's corridor, forces him to evacuate and play the top of the freezer stairs.
He is going to get off, which is something that Not Weebs would rather have not happened, since he now has the entirety of the basement to work with effectively and is closer to his teammates, but no one's dead yet, and there are multiple inside of the building, as well as Pandai, who's contesting attic window as well as big window. He has the long barrel on that gun, which in case you didn't know, now increases damage by 15%, so get on that. Minute 45 left here, and we are starting to see a clear take form for Not Weebs, although progress has been slow, as you don't want to give yourselves up to Lycus, and Lycus are still making them work for things, so they are playing a little bit more fallbacky. It's also worth noting, however, in my opinion at least, that only 5 drones are left, and that number is going to start to dwindle as more information needs to get gathered, and that really could be a difference maker.
I like how you mentioned that with Lycus Empire, even though they're playing aggressively, they're not giving too much away. And I feel like with a lot of teams who play aggressive, they don't really know how to put the foot off of the gas pedal. Yet Lycus Empire do, and you see them not really, they're contesting for areas, yes, but they're not overdoing it. If they peek it once and they get shot at, they know that they can pull off and wait for Not Weeps to come to them. El Jefe, yet again, it's Lycus Empire with the opening pick. This is the 3rd round in a row, and now Pandai's down on that big window.
Diffuser down as well, so someone has to go retrieve him because, well, you need the diffuser, and Panda is also a really good player with really valuable utility in this instance. Louis is going to be the man for the job in this case. He's going to start picking up his teammate, although it does look like they're aware that something is happening. Rio's playing by the window, as Dan managed to pick off aggro, so one less C4 off on the board. The arrows are going to start to go out from Capital, though none are going to be quite dislodging for Brios as he gets the pick and then hold across on white stairs. Gets picked off and then refragged by Kendall, leaving Louis in a 1v3 from outside a big window. He's going to jump in after doing some peeking and just get picked off by Cryptics in fairly underwhelming fashion, as Lycus complete a flawless site rotation and take the first half of the first half 3-0 flawlessly. And it didn't even look close at any point in time.
Yeah, so far so good from Lycus Empire. And just like that, a 3-0 scoreline is going to force Not Weebs to call a timeout. Dan discussing with his team, or whoever is the IGL for Not Weebs. I assume nobody's really the IGL in the team. But anyways, whoever can speak will speak on issues that they're having right now. Not enough refrags. It seems like at times they seem to be a little bit passive in contesting for certain areas. And again, refrags. Just hit your shots, boys. That's quite literally it. And I'm guessing that's what they're telling each other, that they got this. It's just a 3-0 score line on Oregon. You can easily come back from this. It'd be dangerous if this was like 5-0 or 6-0, but it's not. The game's not over yet. You still got a lot of rounds to play for.
I'd say the typical half that you would expect from normal teams when playing on Oregon is 4-2 going in favor of the team that starts on the defense first. So this is perfectly salvageable for Not Weebs. I don't want to make it sound like there's no hope, like it's all doom and gloom, especially with the tactical timeout. They have some time to sit and just breathe and talk. And sometimes that is the most valuable thing when determining the course of game, and by extension the course really the whole series. So as I said before, take some time to sit, but we also do have to remember that Lycus also gets to talk to their IGL and their coach if they have one, which gives them thinking time as well, and that can be a pretty damn dangerous thing so far. Looks like not much, if anything, is changing from the setup that we saw Lycus running previously, which if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Although I do hope that they're going to adapt the play a little bit, because I'm guessing Nightweaves are going to try to do something different and hunt things down in a little bit of a different way, but we'll have to see.
For sure. You know, when you talked about what Lycus Empire could be talking about, I just imagine it's like they're laughing with each other and making fart noises. That's what I thought about. I don't know, I just man, I'm funny sometimes. Anyways, basement site gonna be the choice here for Lycus Empire as they look to put themselves 4-0 up. They've already completed the first primary, secondary, and then tertiary site choice. So again, like you mentioned before, they've already completed the perfect site rotation. It's up to Not Weeps to continue to break that cycle before this ends up being even worse than it already is. But I have full confidence in them. That team talk might have gotten them to wake up just a little bit. Again, you have some players who are on donuts, some players who have 1 kills. And the only player who's positive is Dan, who's 4-3-0, and that's not really the type of scoreline that you want to see, or the type of team stat spread that you would want to see at this point.
Nope. Aside from being the only one that's positive, Dan also has the scoreline of an aspect ratio that is really, really based, in my opinion. He's gonna use that power to get up on the master balcony. Gonna draw out a Jaeger inside of tower as well. It's Ozone holding for the stairs. So we might be able to pre-fire him through a wall or just walk at him, but it doesn't look like such a thing is going to come to fruition quite yet. Dan is on Master Balk, as mentioned previously, though he is going to drop down and potentially look to walk up main stairs or just get a Master Balk again. This roam from Lycus hasn't contested as much yet, but they've wasted a lot of time doing so anyways. Over 1 minute and 20 seconds have gone, and Louis does get the first pick, but it is only an alibi, so not much utility will be lost. And it comes with almost half of the round gone. And he's immediately refragged even.
Oh,
and then some.
Oh my god. No. Not like this, Not Weeps. That sounded very dramatic. That was fake dramatization.
Yeah.
But even then, Lycus Empires, despite Not Weeps getting their first opening pick in this whole map so far, it's met with fire and it's met with guns and bullets by Lycus Empire, who not only get the refrag, but also put themselves at a good man advantage with Exer on about 25 HP, meaning that he's one shot. No matter what bullet hits him, he's gonna go down and he's gonna taste the dirt most likely. But for Lycus Empire, again, you know, they lose that opening pick, but they're able to just find the all-important refrags.
Health and man advantage going the way of Lycus Empire. Only 35 seconds left, and it's going to put Nightweaves yet again in a situation where they're worse for wear. Dan looking to contest Freezer with a frag grenade or his gun, but so far no one reveals themselves. Candle firing off some pot shots. Dan does get a pick onto aggro. So just one brought back and a C4 knocked off of the board. You're gonna pull out a frag grenade again, named by Freezer, although no one bites it. But it does actually get Candle. Cryptix does get a refrag though, but Panda just walks down and gets Ozone.
No!
Now it's all just left up to Cryptix, and he gets the first onto Panda with the down. And now he just has 1v1 and he clutches it! Cryptix with the 1v2 to continue the perfect half for Lycus. Working in beautiful fashion, using that smoke perfectly.
Not Weaves just a little bit split up there at the end. The Habana, I mean, honestly, Exer, even if he's at full HP, facing the shotgun from that range, wherever he was, is just, he's probably gonna die anyways, or he's gonna get downed, and that means that Not Weebs are gonna still be stuck in a situation that they were in the first place. I like the distraction, or really the pressure that Dan had over by Freezer, and I like that Not Weebs kind of did split up their push. They had 2 players on the main push for the execute, and then they had Dan over there providing pressure by Freezer just to get some attention going his way. They tried it didn't work, it happens. But at least we see some improvements for Not Weeps. They get that opening pick, but then again, it's kind of snowballs, and they're not really getting the effective reflex that they need.
We see Kitchen Dining come out yet again, which is a site that Not Weeps struggled with quite a bit, although I do anticipate some stuff changing just to facilitate a little bit better of a take, but whether or not this is going to come to fruition has yet to be seen. Looks like we are going to have potentially something similar up on small office with the aggro playing up there with Lamont. I do want to see how the take's going to go this time, although Nightwaves have had a little bit of an issue so far. One other thing I'd like to point out is that Lycus have already met their quota for rounds this half. they could lose the next two and be perfectly fine going into the second half, and they're going into that with full confidence of a 4-0, and Cryptics just won a 1v2 clutch to continue that. They're all going to be feeling really good.
Oh, for sure. Adds to the confidence of Lycus Empires, but it kind of debilitates the confidence of Not Weebs, who, again, after that team talk, didn't really have the best of rounds there. Even though it was quite close, they did get the opening pick. They just couldn't, again, cut the mustard in that round to make it work for them or convert that round into a round win. Even though at the end it was very, very close with that 1v2 clutch coming in from Cryptics. Finally, they find an effective way of dealing with aggro, playing in the small office area, but it's met by 2 refrags. Are you kidding me? Not Weebs again with the opening pick, but can't cut the mustard as Lycus Empire find 2 right back. But the round isn't over yet. It's still a 4v3.
Any ground taken is a man lost thus far if you are Not Waves. Cryptics looking to get aggressive as well, peeking onto the small tower staircase using that hole inside of shower. Though no one's going to peek him. Actually, is going to look to use White Window to see if he can get something done, but no one's going to give him the angle, because they don't have to. There's only a minute and 20 seconds left, and Lycus are feeling good here. They have a pretty good man advantage and the utility they're going to want, and Louis missing kills as well until he gets it! Beautiful shot, but not a lot of utility off the board, but that is with the Jaeger being taken off. Failed run out from Ozone, going to run back to site. Only about a minute left here. Lycus in a 2v3. A disadvantageous situation, but they have found their way back from worse.
Let's see. They have a Nitro Cell in the hands of Ozone in this situation. He could line himself for a Nitro Cell throw. Because of this cut off here from Louis, I mean, that's probably what he's going to have to do. Line it up behind the kitchen area as Not Weebs prep to get that plant off. And because they have this cut off angle, well, what can Lycus Empire do from here? Well, not really much of anything. Their last 2 players are in dining. One falls. That's now a 3v1. Brios on the dock has 1 stem left. What? Finds the gunfight. Finds a second. Can almost certainly find the third. The last player is on the window. All he needs to do is line up the shot, but he can't quite hit it yet. He's gonna find himself in the corner. Extra buddy, you're gonna have to get right on in. Brios has 2 seconds left, and he doesn't. He doesn't sprint like his Empire. 5th round in a row. Not Weebs. Just throwing it all away.
2 clutches in a row are what bring us to this point in the game, and my, that's gotta feel good if you're Brios. Gonna be chuckling to yourself at that one. I'd love to see the commas from that, and Not Weebs. It's gonna feel tough. It's going to feel really, really sad, as you have information on the fact that he's defusing, and you don't really push it, and actually is gonna be feeling that one. Back up to Kids we go, and yet again, the same lineup from Lycus, unless I'm mistaken, which I might be, have been got other matters to attend to this map. And again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You can play the same strategy in different ways, and if you're Lycus right now, I don't really see a reason to change a whole lot of stuff up. Maybe change out an operator or 2, but overall the setup they had was fine, and it's most likely going to continue to be fine.
Now Weebs keep getting so close, but just so far away each and every time at the end. It's always at the end too. It can never be like a very convincing round. It always has to be at the end. So far in the last 2 rounds for Not Weebs, that 1v3 is the closest that they were going to get, at least to a round. If the other few rounds that we've seen from Lycus Empire have anything to say for the rest of this matchup here on Oregon, most likely though, this round could easily be a 6-0 scoreline, but Not Weebs really do crucially, I don't think I need to emphasize this any more than I have to, really need to get this round if they want to have a chance on their defensive half.
Being flawless on the first half puts you into a pretty strange mental state where you know you have to play perfectly. You can't make a mistake for an entire half. For an entire 6 round, every decision that you make has to be correct. And that is not something that a lot of people can play around. That being said, it's not necessarily what Not Weebs is going to go through, is they do have a chance to take this round, but Lycus are going to make them work for it. They do get the closet wall open, it looks like, so there is some reprieve there, although Ozone wants to get freaky. Gonna open up this window in attic and use that to try to just get a peek out, just see where people are, and if someone comes to the roof or up to satellite window, then he can probably kill them here and just get his team another opening pick.
Yeah, so far in the last 2 rounds, not Weebs have been the team to break that opener, finally getting their opening pick in the 4th round, and in that 5th round also getting that opening pick. Just couldn't quite carry it over the finish line despite that 1v3 man advantage. Now coming into this round though, man has already passed, utility has already been used from not Weebs, and so has some utility been used from Lycus Empire, at least in terms of time wasting. The smoke grenade is being tossed out, wasting about 15 seconds of time, and an exothermic being used on that game's wall.
Looks like the execute is going to come out here pretty shortly, but utility is going out to try to stop it.
Oh.
Exer almost killed off with smoke grenade before he pulls back into master bedroom. Candle's doing a flank for the main stairs, and he somehow loses it. Candle gets killed off by Louis and gives up a very valuable opening pick, and it gives not Weave some room, but Ozone gets an immediate refrag with a nitro cell. Hud looking to get a pick onto someone inside of the site, barely misses a pick, misses it again, and then he gets tagged up as well. He's gonna be hit Brios. Impact if you go out into he gets the pick onto Axer, and then he hits a beautiful shot into the window as aggro gets Louis. And that's a flawless half from Lycus on not Weeb's map pick.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. This is not Weebs' map pick, by the way. Just so you guys know.
Ay caramba.
Ay caramba. Oy vey.
This has been... I would like to say that a lot of teams do way better on maps
Defense.
that aren't the openers. And that's could be what we're seeing here. But this is not what you would expect typically from the caliber of players that Notweaves have, and by extension the caliber of team that Notweaves is. Again, starting off with the same site that Lycus Empire did, the good old tried and true home, if you will, if you are a defender on this map. And HUD still carries a donut, potentially opening up a shop soon, which I'd recommend we give us some business if he does. Lycus, well, they're feeling good! There's no other way to describe it. They're going to be feeling really good here because they're going to be going into this confidently because they have 6 rounds they can throw before things start to get hairy. 6 entire rounds of error.
It's always the point, at least when you get into these heavy round counts, especially when you're on match point. It could be 6-3, 6-0, 6-1, 6-2. You have plenty of chances to quote-unquote throw rounds, quote-unquote make mistakes, and quote-unquote be careless, or even just try new things out, see how it works. Maybe try a rush strategy, and I don't think Lycus Empire are really going for that. All their lineup doesn't really indicate to something being like anything different. They're not trying any new operators or any real interesting operators. You see the operators that you would expect, like, well, the Ashe, the Ayana, the Habana, the Florist, the Nook. You can also flex the Ashe onto a Zofia. Really, this is an expected lineup for a Lycus Empire who's taking their attack seriously, starting off with that opening pick onto Pandai to smoke. What?
We see an NS ring out in the chat, so it's probably a nice peek off of Bunker if I had to guess, but regardless, that's not who you want to lose first. Although it is going to give him an opportunity to IGL from cams, which is something a lot of people can take advantage of. Aggro is just sitting at the bottom of main here. When an execute goes down, he's just going to walk in, and they're probably just going to let him. Patches are opening in the background in the meantime, as Cryptic is on the Hibana taking care of that. Exo seems to know that someone is at the bottom of main, but oh, if only he knew how close they were. Candle made his way into the bottom of Freezer, along with Brios on the Yana. Peek is going to come out, but it doesn't net any kills for either side. Brios looking to get aggressive, well, nothing comes of it. Louis gets a pick on the Candle, so a bit of a refrag, but Brios has walked up pretty far. Aggro is felled, but refrag comes out via Brios. Retreats further back into Freezer. Cryptix gets one as well, along with Ozone tagging on. Left up to Dan, and he doesn't get it. Lycus take the first map 7-0.
Yeah, some of the rounds were close, and then most of them weren't. And Lycus Empire, at the end of the day, as the map is said and done, as the dust settles, walk away with a 7-0 victory on Not Weebs' map pick. Certainly not a scoreline that I was expecting, but hey, look, first map jitters, first map performances. Forget about that map. Go to the second one, mental reset, and I'm guessing that is going to be the team talk for the team of Not Weebs. I mean, because where do you even start really for that map?
Now, I would like to stress that neither Custer nor I think that Notweaves are bad. We're not trying to dog on them. It's just that Lycus is just better. Lycus is just built different. And as such, it's not really going to go that well for Notweaves. They are going to have another chance if they do lose this next map pick, going up against Okami to try to make it into the, I believe it's the upper bracket finals. But again, this game isn't over. Neither team in this instance is bad. I do want to see how things change on Bank because that is a substantially different map from Oregon. But until then, we're going to throw it to a little bit of a break, just kind of give people a chance to rest either their mice hands or their voice in my case.
We live though, I ain't high, but I still got high hopes. The good vibes never show up on time though, so I'm singing like Mariah with the high notes. So fly though, catch me in the sky. Everybody gotta ask me for a ride. Strapped like the thing that you keep on the side at a wedding as a guest might leave with the bride. So sick like Neo was, I fly in and say shit like a hero does. You got L's and your team got 0 dubs. I put y'all behind bars like a CO would, yup. I survived the flood and found strength somehow to get out the mud. So your little accolade don't count to us. Anything that you try won't amount to us, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yup. I supply what's demanded. I find peace, then expand it. Peep, I ain't average. Can't be from this planet, but I bleed through the bandage. Weak, but I'm avid. Go to sleep with the baddest. On my feet, something drastic. Weave to the basket. Couple G's and I'm laughing. For the cheese, I'm a magnet. Deep the advantage. I'm like so far ahead now. I got butter for the bread now. Chilling on a big cloud. And I won't come down, cause this is where I love and I live now. Get what you give out. Had to burn another bridge down. It just is what it is now. Life in a bitch, no. It's a curse and a gift though. It should be that simple, yeah. No pressure though, flow extra cold. I've been doing well eating my vegetables, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional. Yeah, and it seems like life feels so exceptional, exceptional.
Welcome back to TPL. I'm Alios and this is Custer, and we just watched a map of all time with map 1 of Lycus Empire versus Notweeb and Custer. For those of us at home, for those of the people at home who were not able to watch the first game, in one word, please describe it.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to, because I actually like not weaves, and to just see that kind of map from them is kind of heartbreaking. Just a little. It kind of hurts just a little bit. Even though I know that
Yeah.
Lycus Empire are a good team, they have history. Not weaves also do have a history. They have a
They do,
history in
they
my
do.
heart. So it was a little bit rough watching that on Oregon. But it was basic.
It was
Yeah.
certainly quite the game.
Yeah.
It was a 7-0 for those of you who did not see it, so not really looking good for Notweebs. Although, again, we are moving to Bank, which is like his Empire's pick, which means that Notweebs get to start out on the defense, which they only got one chance at last map. So, hopefully with that, come on with a few minutes to just sit, talk, and breathe. They'll be able to pull some things back, pull some more rounds at least, although I do anticipate that if that's how well Lycus play on a map choice that isn't theirs, I shudder at what else we could possibly see, but we have to see what I'm going to shudder at, which means that we have to go to the game, which we are, I believe, ready to pull up in just a second here, so we'll go into that pretty soon. Until then, or potentially now, depending on the timing. Yep, now, because I have the casters first, which is my favorite thing ever, and I love it so much.
Nah, Stan just loves to tease you. It's
He
okay.
really does.
Stan just throws every single game. You're throwing my check away, Stan.
Ozone, get out of Twitch chat. You have a game to play.
Oh, for real?
Get out of Twitch chat, man. What are you doing?
Oh my god. I mean, okay, so going on to Bank after the 7-0 that we had on Oregon, we kind of talked about it a little bit during the break when we were off camera, that Bank is a much different map, or we actually said that at the beginning of the stream. Anyways, Bank is a totally different map. It plays out in a totally different way than Oregon. Oregon is a little bit more of a passive aggressive map. Bank is a lot more aggressive. And so if not, we've struggled in the gunfights and against the aggression of Lycus Empire on Oregon, like you said, I shudder to see what happens here on Bank.
You're gonna see Nook, Hibana, and Cade for the first 3 bans. None of these really surprise me. I'm not surprised the Nook is gone, as Lycus weren't able to pull off that many shenanigans with it last map, but they surely wanted to. Solus is also going to be banned, as giving Lycus Empire information right now is a really bad idea. So we do have the bans sorted out now. Looks like we're going to go to CCTV lockers room for the first defense. Nothing atypical there. It is, I'd say, the equivalent of laundry supply on Oregon, as it is probably the most defender-sided map in the game, or defender-sided site on this map. My bad. Although I have seen some games where just no teams can defend it. I might have been TPL quals when there were like 8 rounds of this site played on one map, and only 2 of them were won by the defense. So sometimes it does get a little bit Mickey Mouse, but that's what we're here for.
It's very hard to lose a basement defense. So to lose it as many times in a row as you said is kind of crazy. But let's see if not Weeps can win the first round here on basement. Basement is the best site, like you mentioned, at least on the Bank. One of the best sites in the game, actually, to be fair with you, and it has a really good win rate, at least for the defenders, in the way that it plays out. You don't get any vertical play on basement, just like how you don't get any vertical play on the basement on Oregon. But you do get the hatch plays, and so if the defense allows the attackers to not only get like server control plus the open area hatches, that can lead to a lot of trouble for the defense. So you got to make sure that you protect those hatches, plus protect certain areas of basement as well.
We have Candle making his entry into open area, falling behind a drone that's being led by Brios. Quick entry here, which is exactly what you want to see if you are Lycus. Goyle gonna walk down marble staircase and then hold an angle from main lobby. Ernie potentially looking to contest the same angle that Dan just was. Gunfight gonna spring out, but no one's gonna die as a result, as it's just gonna lead to some map control being taken by Lycus, which is certainly a victory in itself. And the round's going to come to a momentary standstill as teams feel each other out just to see what happens.
Yeah, at the moment, Lakers Empire have full control of the second floor. Not Weebs didn't really have a lot of players on the second floor, regardless. Or sorry, on the first floor. I called for some reason. I called the first floor the second floor, but they don't have anybody on the first floor or the second floor areas. Nobody's roaming. Instead, they wasted about a minute on the clock, and so that means that they can just kind of play sight for now. You have the protection of the Goyo canisters plus the time wasting utility of the smoke canisters combined with that. So 15 plus 20 seconds. I'm not gonna really add that up together, but it should tell you about the time wasting potential here from Not Weebs, so they don't need to play as aggressively for the map control.
Yeah, they just need to kind of let Lycus waste the time on their own, which they have to an extent, as there's not a whole lot of it left. Dan's going to be holding an angle onto the elevator hatch. He's hoping that Cryptix is just going to peek into this, but so far he doesn't seem keen to do so until Dan's well out of the way. To pass like 2 ships tonight, and Ozone gets an opening kill onto Dan. Cryptix going to drop HUD down as well. And then Ozone gets another pick with HUD still being down. Refrag is going to come out, but Candle's going to get one of his own, looking just Xer. He is going to get a pick down in the diffuser. Only 45 seconds left. He's surrounded on all sides. Candle's going to swing. And that's a round for Lakers Empire. 8 rounds in a row across 2 maps.
Yeah, the hot streak continues. Unfortunately for Not Weebs in that round, at least, nobody really watching the cash vault hatch drop. Nobody watching that area. I said it. If you're not watching specific areas of of basement, you could get just shafted that hard, just like how Not Weebs did. You have Den dying with no protection behind him as he's trying to hold the elevator hatch drop, which allowed Lycus Empire to attack in different areas of the map. Elevator, main stairs, and it threw Not Weebs into like just a disarray of strategies. They had to overcompensate, over-rotate, and that's exactly what they did. And Lycus Empire took advantage of a weakness and just threw Not Weebs off guard. Now, Not Weebs not gonna try the basement site again, gonna go instead to CEO. And again, hot hand continues in the hand of Lycus Empire, more specifically for Candle and El Jefe Hozone. 5 kills between the both of them.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left before insertion. Bomb located by attackers. Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
Al?
I was muted. I'm not
Yeah.
quite sure why. So, I guess I'm the Mickey Mouse caster now. I've taken the mantle. I will pass it off to someone else by the end of the stream. Don't worry. But as I was attempting to say, Ozone could be bringing out the Monty. I think that's a good idea, as it allows for a shield for the attack to play rounds. And combined with effective window play, it really can cut off a lot of ground that the defenders want to have control over.
Yeah, Monty's very important for getting you good map control, and getting you good map control without any heavy risk. You just have to have support behind him. So because the shield doesn't cover his back, it only covers his front. But also, Monty just serves as a big figurehead for the attack. And if you guys don't know what a figurehead is, basically someone who attracts attention away from the real problem, which is the other 4 Lycus Empire players behind El Jefe Ozone on the Monty, who's going up the spiral staircase like you would expect the Monty to do, at least for this execute. And he's just gonna try and put some pressure on the player playing in elevator, who seemingly has walked away from that position at the sight of the Monty.
Pulled a little bit of a Houdini there, and it doesn't seem that Lycus are too aware of it. 1 minute and 30 seconds remain. Dan takes the first bit of damage this round, finally finding the echo cam that's been causing trouble inside of lobby. Looks like Ken wants to make his way inside of top square, and he does. He gets 2 picks for it. His Ozone's taken out, and then he gets a 3rd even before he's refragged by Panday. Panday is going to get another one, taking out aggro, leaving just Cryptix and Brios to do it all. Cryptix wasn't even inside of the building. 1 minute left, 2v2. We'll see what happens.
2v2. Panday and Louis with some prime refrags put themselves in this position, put Not Weebs in a good position to at least close out a round so far, to break the flawless streak that Lycus Empire have been on. Candle can't really exert any more aggression, any more fright against this defense, but a look away from Louis, a mistake even, just timing, nets him down. Pandai though with the crucial refrag yet again. He's just on a heater right now in this round, only having 2 kills, but still crucial ones at that, impact kills, and if he can find the third one, it'd be the best kill of them all, at least for Not Weaves' case. He's getting shot at from Brios. He knows that he's near the hallway, and eventually he knows that Brios is going to swing on him. The footsteps go pitter patter, pit, and there goes Pandai to close out the round for Not Weaves. Finally, Not Weaves break that deadlock, and it's a 3K from Pandai to close out that round. All kills impactful for Not Weaves to close out that round.
Good stuff from them. It did end up being close in the end, but a round win is a round win, and they've won 100% more rounds in this map than they did in the last one, so congratulations. The streak ends at 8 for Lycus, but that is still a map won entirely without mistakes, so
Attackers need to locate and
really good
defuse
stuff from them.
bombs.
CCTV locker is going to be brought out yet again by Not Weaves. It looks like they have a couple adaptations here. I don't believe they had the Mira the last time. So, hopefully, it's going to be what they need to get the ball rolling, but I'm sure Lycus is going to have a plan to deal with this, and if not, then you get more rounds.
Let's see. This is the last time Not Weaves played the site. It was just like a small little mistake. That could easily be fixed in this upcoming round. They decided to go to not really an off-site choice, but a secondary site choice. Didn't go to basement yet again, won it. And that should instill them with some confidence, because it was a big round from Pandai, so it not only should instill him with some confidence, but the rest of Not Weebs with some as well. And it was just, again, a small little mistake, which was nobody watching the vault hatch drop, which allowed Lycus Empire to throw Not Weaves into disarray, and the other players had to overcompensate to try and retake vault, but then also retake elevator, and it was just a whole mess in that round. So hopefully they can find a way to win it this time around.
Hopefully, as that would greatly help them. Brios making the entry into open area this time. Wary of a player potentially by marble, as it does look like there is a player top marble. It's going to go for a nade on bottom marble, but it doesn't look like it's going to net any players. Misses the cam, then is able to shoot it again. Louis is aware of Brios' position, but it doesn't look like he wants to get super aggressive, as he knows that in that gunfight, Brios' aim, not really something you want to contest one-on-one. You're going to rotate off towards top squares. Cryptix makes his way inside of CCTV, or server, rather. He's going to open the CCTV wall and back off a little bit as his teammate drones in for him. Opens up the second wall as well, which gives his teammates something to watch in order for him to get the plant down. And the adaptations that Not Weaves made for the previous attack coming more from gold aren't going to pan out nearly as well, though there is still some pressure in other areas. Top floor, notably Candle, potentially walking inside of stock, maybe walking down marble. Gets a pick on Louis, Brios, and Cryptix, tag for 2. And now, yet again, back foot for Not Weaves.
Back foot for Not Weaves. Even though, you know, they had the adaptations to watch gold a little bit more heavily, they have the defensive utility to hold off this push somehow, some way. They just didn't find a way to set it off, or it was set off too early. But Not Weaves just get put in a blender. Pandai, the last player alive, won't really find the clutch out this time around. And the adaptation from Not Weaves didn't really fit well into the adaptations from Lycus Empire, who switched up their push entirely, again, throwing Not Weaves off guard, and then netting Lycus Empire their second round.
It's my favorite strategy of, well, you're going to defend that side of the map. Alright, I'm going to push this side of the map. And, well, it works!
It worked!
Out of 2 maps, Lycus have won 9 rounds compared to Not Weaves having won a singular round, so good stuff from them. Open area going to be brought out by Not Weaves. I don't disagree with moving sites, but at the same time, not being able to win basement doesn't generally bode well for the team that can't do it. I'm excited to see if Lycus plays it next round, as they do have to win at least 2 defenses in order to win this game by this point. So in all likelihood, we are probably going to see basements. I'm hoping that there is Some more good stuff being cooked up by Ozone on the Lycus side of things, but again, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. We do have an entire 3 rounds to play out before them.
Not Weebs. Going back to the drawing board. Got the first round unbanked, so I mean, it's still pretty close at the moment. How close is it gonna be though as the map keeps on progressing? Open area, the site choice here for Not Weebs as they look to put their second round on the board. Brios going for a little bit of lurk in through the server area. Looks like he's already being droned in, but there's also somebody. Oh, I think he's just on the first floor or probably near the stairs. But Brios has full control of the top of blue, and actually he's all the way in square. He's just inside of bank right now, and there's no real knowledge from Not Weebs, so Not Weebs though. It doesn't look like nobody's really rotating through this area or has any reason to, especially with that castle, those two castle barricades being set up.
Him being in this position does allow him to get a little bit freaky, though, a little bit later on, if the need arises. Cryptic's going to open up several walls with his utility. A little bit of that is going to be impact tricked by Handai. Cryptic's missing a pixel shot onto a player inside of open, then he gets tagged up himself. Gonna go back to opening the wall. Louis gets a pick onto him through a pixel that he opens inside of the doorway, so that is your hard breach and diffuser down as the opening pick, but they don't seem to know where Brios is, nor do they seem to know where Candle is. Louis is going to be down by aggro on the other side of Tellers. As Lycus start to constrict onto the site. I'm interested to see where Candle goes from aggro. Going to make his way up onto top of Banana. Candle walks down marble stairs. It doesn't seem like they know he's there, but he also might not know that the elevator player is there. Brios gets pick onto Pandai. Looks like there is a player with Brios in order to help him. But both of them are picked off, leaving just Ozone in a 1v3.
Yeah, Not Weebs going with the triple swing there on main stairs, and in that they found 3 kills. Now the 4th, actually, sorry, a double swing on the main stairs as 2 players near the green stairs or marble stairs or whatever you like to call it. Swing together, get 2 picks, and then another player just dies elsewhere away from those 2. And again, it's Not Weebs. At least in that round, you saw the semblance of teamwork. You saw the chemistry. As again, they found the 3-2-1 swing. They found 2 kills off of the back of it, like it's Empire, not really cutting the mustard in that round, just going down staircases and not finding the kills that they needed. Now, Not Weebs, they tied the scoreline up, making the map close at the beginning.
Mellors have secured another round for themselves. If you go back to the previous site that they won, that being CEO and Executive Lounge, looks like Lycus want to do a similar take to what they did last time, with the Monty kind of being the catalyst for the whole thing, so we'll have to see how that goes. Hopefully, better than the last time, as I do like to see Monty plays like that work out, as does take some talent. It does take some...
It's a full repick from Lycus Empire, though.
Never mind. We have an Amaru and a Glass.
Yeah, this is a rush. This is gonna be a rush strategy from Lycus Empire. Boy. Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
I'm excited for this one. Most likely going to be a combination of the... words are hard. Gonna throw in some Candel's, gonna get a Glass looking out from Garage, and then you have the Amaru going and just plant in the middle of all of the chaos. Something that this team has shown an ability to do in the past, and something that they are definitely going to look to repeat here. Gonna set things up rather quietly. They don't want Not Weebs to know where they're coming from or what they're doing. Candle opening the window at the top of Square. Ozone going in. Ying Candles ringing out throughout the site. Smoke's going in as well. Panday going down. And everything is starting to happen all at once. The plant looks like it's going to go down successfully with 2 picks coming out from Lycus Empire. The plant does indeed go down. Bluey does get one onto Ozone, but seems to be all for naught by this point. There is one player on the inside of ATMs, that is Cryptics. It's going to get picked off by Louis hitting a rather nice shot, which means the players on Repel are vulnerable now, but they are aware of this, and they're not exposing themselves to those angles. Exer looks like he wants to try to jump out on them, but... They're not gonna win against Rio! Headshot! His dance starts defusing, but he's picked off, And Louis gets a quad kill! Oh, the beautiful kills! And he has enough time to get the diffuser as well.
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders.
These rounds, I mean, we've had close rounds here on Oregon, but not Weebs weren't able to close them out. Now here on Bank, these rounds are getting closer and closer by the minute, but not Weebs are able to claw it out. And look at this, a 3-2 scoreline in not Weebs' favor. Nice little retake, some nice shots, most importantly, were being hit from not Weebs, and that's something that I thought was missing in the first map of Oregon. Not really a lot of players fragging out, not a lot of players hitting the shots that they were supposed to. And in Bank, they're hitting shots that they're not supposed to, but getting the kills that they need to actually win the round. And it's not Weeps here on top here on Bank, but like it's Empire. That rush was really well executed, just again, couldn't really win the gunfights.
Even though the rush didn't work out, I do like the fact that they went for it.
Mm-hmm.
I do like the fact that they tried, as not every team's going to be willing to go for something like that, and the fact that Lycus is they're not out of this yet, and they don't want not Weebs to be out of the woods, and this is also the site that has resulted in both of the losses not Weebs have taken this half,
Attackers must locate.
so they either continue the trend or break it this round.
Yeah. So far, so good for not Weebs. Much better start to Bank than they had on Oregon, proving that Oregon was just a blip of a map. And proving that it was just first map jitters or just, first map performances. A lot of teams have those. We've seen G2 have that, the Prime G2 have that against Secret. It wasn't really the first map, I think it was the second map where they lost 7-0 in Villa, which was a map that they were notoriously not good on back then, or notoriously just didn't like. But now, not Weebs on their own opponent's map picks, they have this lead. And I mean, going on to the attacking half, even if they do tie it up 3-3, I feel like that's still good for them.
It absolutely is. If Lycus are able to get a tie here, then that does take them to the side of the map that is typically more favorable on their map choice as well. So it is going to give them a lot more wiggle room and give them more options for fun, cool aggression. Quick take into open air yet again. It seems like Notweaves are not interested in contesting that at this point in time. Cryptic's going to open hatches yet again, along with most likely Ozone on that 0, which is a change, I think, from the last time we saw them attack this site, which is a change I do like, as he does have cameras that can be used either for flank watch or for burn, depending on the circumstance. And something that I have no doubt that Ozone is going to use effectively.
Yeah. Ozone is most definitely a huge voice in this team. He's the IGL, as some would say. It's either him or Agra, I can't remember, or Candle. At this point, yeah, it is Ozone. Thank you. But even then, he's always going to be on the drones, as an IGL will be. He's always going to be calling out for his team. He's always going to be putting himself in a good position to relay information to his entry fraggers so that they can operate as effectively as possible, because your entries, they need information to operate, but they also need kills to be successful. Candle can't quite find the kill into Louis, who seems to have caught him off guard on the swing. Knew he was there in the first place. I think Candle was just trying to sneak up on him, but couldn't.
Does look to be the case. Ozone gonna drop down into elevator, but it doesn't look like HUD wants to reveal himself. But yeah, we don't quite know where Ozone is. Not gonna get any picks, so he is gonna tag 2. 20 seconds left. Nitro Cell goes out. Brios gets one, then gets refragged, leaving it all up to Aggro, who is promptly picked off by Louis, ending the first half 4-2 in favor of Notweaves, which does give them a great advantage to go off of going into this next half.
Yeah, Bank, of course, is more leaning to the attacker's side. The only site that doesn't lean towards the attackers is mainly the basement. The other 3 sites, though, all for the takings for the attackers, and so Notweaves can look forward to that on their own attacking half. The first site choice, though, of course, for like his Empire, is going to be basement, as the first site choice was the same for Notweaves. Now going on to that attacking half, though, for Notweaves, they're going to be looking to keep up this momentum, because it just seems like they're on a heater and it's only getting hotter and hotter.
It does certainly appear to be the case. Looks like we have something a little bit more aggressive potentially coming out from Lycus, as that is, well, the signature of this team by this point. Well, just the way they've been playing the entire thing. Even in rounds where they're losing, they are still going for stuff. They're trying to make plays, things happen. And the reinforcement upstairs does confirm my suspicion that there is going to be pressure around the areas that Lycus really don't want Notweaves to take.
5 seconds to go.
See. Interesting operator lineup too as well. Well, we've seen the same thing come in from Lycus Empire. Something, or not Lycus Empire, from Not Weebs. One thing that I saw consistently from Not Weebs that I'm now, or that I'm not seeing for Lycus Empire at the moment, is the Mira. But instead of the Mira, Ozone is going to flex on to the Valkyrie instead, providing more information for his team. Again, he's the IGL, who's going to look to relay as much information as possible that he can to his roamers. And Bank is a big map, and so Valkyrie finds a lot of value because you can hide her cameras into just any type of nooks or crannies, and they will be very well hidden unless the other team, the attacking team, brings an IQ, which usually doesn't happen. Surprisingly, Valkyrie wasn't banned, and instead Kaid was.
Yes, it is a little polemic, even although the things that Notweaves banned instead of Valkyrie was Solus, which does provide arguably more information, so a bit of a trade-off there. Neither one having either on the board isn't really exactly what you want, but it is probably better to have the Valkyrie on the board since he's stationary. Dan looking to get active outside of top square, and Brios is just gonna swing, and he gets the pick. Which means Dan's down for the count as the opening pick. Hud as well with the pick from Candle. Brios gonna fall back down to the site. Looks like Candle wants to do something similar, or at least just get into the vicinity of his teammates, being Aggro and Ozone. Aggro's gonna get in a position where he can fall back more easily as Exer and Co. look to make stuff happen on the top floor, but time is starting to dwindle like their man count.
Yeah, one thing that I'm noticing, at least from Not Weaves' perspective, is that nobody is consistently on drones for them apart from Exter, who's now on a drone, but in that case, nobody on a drone for Square to consistently get intel, at least on the player's positioning from Lycus Empire, who had about maybe 2 to 3 players, or actually 2 players from 2 players on that second floor that weren't really figured out there from Not Weeb. So some trouble with the intel gathering that we see, or some trouble with the droning. But I mean, it's a 3v4. You also have Candle, who's on low HP. If they can find a way to isolate this gunfight against them and kill him, but instead they're not going to do that. They're going to go for a Hail Mary push here inside of Vault with the hard breach charge, making their entrance. Yeah, I mean, they heard that from a mile away.
Doesn't work out. They all just look at the hatch and imagine they had some information, and it's just a bit of a spray down, bit of a fish in a barrel situation as Lycus Empire bring that gap just ever so slightly closer, 4-3 now. As they go up to staff and open area, ascending the floors one by one thus far. Looking to have potentially better site rotation than Notweaves did, is they want to win this, which means they need to win more rounds in this half than Notweaves did in the previous half, which means they have their work cut out for them. But judging by that last round, it does look like they do want to put that work in, and they're fully capable of doing it.
All about the attacks now, because now Weaves proved that they can defend here on Bank. It's a matter of attacking it. And I mean, Basement is more of a defender heavy site, so it's going to be more dependent on the off-site choice, which is again the other 3 sites, open area, Teller's Archive, and then CEO, as the second floor site is called, that Not Weebs are going to have to depend on Lycus Empire picking into, and them exploiting the weaknesses, the various weaknesses that exist on those site choices. But you also have to be wary of the guns here from Lycus Empire, and just also the numerous amount of power positions that you have to battle out against, at least on these off-site choice.
We're going to see a Valkyrie come out again, as that information is going to be invaluable with the way that Lycus has been playing this. I also like the pick of the Azami from Candle, as it is going to allow him to get freaky on really whatever position he would like with those barricades, is constantly rotate the amount of cover that is in and out of play. Drone comes in into CEO. Pande sitting outside of square. Wants to try to get a wall bang on a player instead of janitor, but so far no one presents themselves. Who's pull off. Luby holding the janitor rotate. Soul hold. Bar that he opened, rather. You know he's there now. Cryptic seems like he wants to try to swing this. He wants to get active, but he also doesn't want to die as he uses the smoke. Panda potentially going to drop into top square. Throws out one Candela. He's going to throw out a second Candela and probably drops when it goes off. Or use a third Candela. Ozone gets the opening pick onto Dan, shutting him down yet again. Cryptic's in a much more aggressive position for top square this time, along with Brios.
Ooh, and that's Lou to go down as well. Brios just... How is he finding these kills? This is crazy. This is insanity. And exit. Okay, finally he turns around. Gets the nice headshot onto Brios. But maybe a little bit too late. HUD, though, keeps it just a little bit close. Keeps them one man away from tying it all up. But Exer, low on HP. Not really low on time. You have a minute and 10 to work with. Plus, you have the second floor control. But you also have impacts in the hands of like his Empire. Not really the Nitro Cell from aggro. He wasted it early here.
55 seconds left to go. Extra wants to open a wall here, but aggro is going to say no you. Then, yes, Ozone. Or not Ozone, Brios. We all saw that. That's going on Twitter. Twitter clip time. HUD is going to be sneaking his way down open area. Or into square, rather. Gonna take a gunfight with aggro, though nothing's come of it. Shoot a blub blub. It's not quite sure where to look here. Is on all sides there is a bad man looking to try to kill him. Gonna throw a cam in, then maybe walk in after it. Gonna get picked off by Candle in the end. And now things are all tied up, and neither round really was close at all.
Yeah, these attacks are signifying or signaling some really big weaknesses that we're seeing, at least from Not Weaves' perspective. Intel gathering. I said it was like them not really hitting their shots in the last map, and that was partially it, but also Intel gathering, at least on Bank, is a lot more, in my eyes, I'm seeing it's a lot more emphasized because Bank leans into more Intel gathering. And Oregon does at times too, but Bank is more about information gathering than it is about anything else. And Not Weaves aren't really getting the information that they need. They're getting run down on. They're getting swing, and it's surprising them, it seems. And they're not reacting on time. They don't really know anything about the setups here from Lycus Empire. And they're not consistently using their drones inside of the round. What you see from a lot of competitive teams, especially at the higher level, you see at least you have one support player, at least one support player or two who are consistently droning for the other 3 or 4 players. That's either IGL or the hard support. And I'm not really seeing that from Not Weaves, and it's very consistent, and it's really screwing them over when they're trying to engage and taking map control.
Yeah, it has been kind of awkward. We are going to see an Amaru come out from HUD Fortnite, as the chat has dubbed him. So maybe we're going to see something fun come out here. Maybe just a quick rush into sight, just to get something going. So that's really what Not Weaves need, as once this round is over, Lycus can go back to basement, which is a site they have more than demonstrated they're being comfortable on. And they only need 2 rounds to guarantee overtime, and another round after that in order to win the entire game. There is nothing after this for Not Weaves to go back. Exer gonna go on Repel outside of CEO, start banging on windows with his hammer. Let the others know he's there, and then just gonna get a pick, maybe some utility, and just see what happens.
You have 4 nades in the hands of Not Weaves, and you also have one deployable shield. Usually, at least on a CEO defense, you would see plenty of deployable shield, at least 2 at minimum. Brios though jumps out, no claymore setup, no claymore pre-place. And he's gonna get away. Usually that is why you have 2 players on those windows. So at least if somebody does go for a jump out and they do kill your teammate, it's easily tradable. Cryptix though is gonna be traded out by Exer, who finds that kill 4v4, at least for the time being, an even min count, meaning Not Weaves, even though you lose a crucial pick in the Zofia, you're not out of this just yet.
Certainly not. Candle holding aggressive pixel peek onto the player on to repel. They do know he's there though, which is going to make it awkward for him, and it's going to prompt Panda not to peek that. He's going to move to a different angle though, as there is a player inside of elevator, impacts him, then just throws something at his feet, so he has a harder time. Then gets to pick onto Exer.
Oh.
And then Dan gets picked off by Brios as well, leaving just HUD and Panday in an uncomfortable situation. Now it's just HUD. Almost gets the first, but doesn't quite, as Brios, just on a heater for that round, just takes and wins gunfights, and no one can stop him.
Brios.
What was the soundbite from the Russian Badger video? I'm making beeping mac and cheese, and no one can stop me. It's Brios. That's right. That round. Those are the comms that round.
Yeah, the fraggers for Lycus Empire certainly hitting Brios. I mean, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. He's running everywhere. If I run like that in my rate games, I get shot in the head. He runs like that, and it's just Brios is like a god, and he gets a 4K.
Brios.
Where's the fairness? Where's the government in this when you need them?
Brios is the epitome of 5'11" versus 6 foot, as he is certainly the 6 foot in this situation. We're gonna go back down to basements, CCTV, and lockers, as Lycus look to put us on map and match point with this, and secure an overtime, which Notweaves might not be prepared for. That would give us Notweaves at least one more round of defense, but depending on how the side selection went, or how the side selection for overtime went, rather, could give Lycus 2 more. And also, winning against the dominance and competent defenses that Lycus have been putting up is going to be a challenge in of itself, just to get.
In 3 rounds back to back, at least for the Lycus Empire defense, with Notweaves not really having any like convincing it's the rounds for their attacks just have not been close at all. And that speaks to some of the struggles that they've been having, at least on the attacking half here for Bank. A lot of room for like improvement, so it's not like this is the end of the world, you know. And even if they lose this match, by the way, they still have a second chance against Okami. I believe next week. I could be getting the schedule wrong, but somebody on Twitter will correct me. I'm sure of it. Anyways, start to this round, you see most of Notweaves at least taking their time, patience. It looks like for now they are droning. They haven't entered inside of the map apart from a player hanging by the front lobby door.
Brios going to be running around on the top floor yet again, like we saw the last time they defended this site. Panda is going to start opening up the stock windows, and my stream is freezing a little bit. Brios is not going to die. Looks like Panda does know that he's there, but not exactly where. Going to get onto a drone and figure out exactly where Brios is. And Brios is most likely just going to run. Throws out a nitro cell, doesn't net anything, and then he gets out of there and he's going to run down marble stairs as his time is done. As a minute and a half has been wasted, and Panda doesn't know if he's out of stock yet.
Initially, good droning to figure out Brios' position there in stock room, but no follow-up drones following him out of there, and nobody capitalizing on Brios running away, potentially exposing himself to that soda machine hallway. If somebody on square would have just swung it, most likely would have killed Brios as he tried to escape, but nobody did that. Instead, Notweaves, at least you don't lose a man. At least the droning has somewhat looked okay in this round, and at least the intel gathering is pretty much on point. The first kill goes in their way. Ozone, who's been a pretty crucial player so far for Lycus Empire, gets taken down by Pandai on the buck, and that puts Notweaves at a min advantage. But with 40 seconds left, time is waning.
I would like to make a small correction. It appears that HUD FN does actually stand for Fortnite. Brios gets killed by Dan3041. As I'm saying that, gives Notweaves a really good position to take this round. Cryptic's going to start using his smokes, and Agro's going to start using his gun. Takes out Exer and Louis. Dan maybe soon to follow here, although Dan gets the better of him and drops down into elevator. Only 10 seconds left, though. And Cryptic's has a solid position to win this. Misses the gunfight on the HUD. He's going to kill him with the shotgun, and another clutch for Cryptic's. Ooh.
To be honest,
Man.
I blinked and I missed like the most of that end round. It went by that quickly. Two players dying on a headshot from not weaves. Then they're getting the refrag, and then it just kept evolving into chaos up until that point where we saw the shotgun pump come in from the smoke of Lycus Empire, and that means the Lycus Empire put themselves onto match point. Not Weebs started the side switch 4-2, but can't seem to cut the mustard on their own attacking halves so far. And it's just that round was close. The previous rounds have not been so close for them, but it was close, and that's at least a positive that they can take from that.
There was certainly a great attempt there, though, in the execution thing fall. We're gonna go back to open area, which is another site that, again, Lycus have just shown that they are very good at. So let's see how this one goes for them. Same site as, or same setup as last time, as well as has been fairly consistent with Lycus play. There is no real reason to change things up, as not just haven't given them a reason to, and even if they did need to change something, the place would be different.
X Empire on match point, serious point. 1 round away from confirming their tickets up to playoffs and potentially sending Not Weeps home, as they have to play that all-important loser bracket grand finals against Okami next week, or anytime this week, or whenever it is.
Stan,
I'll get my
Stan will
schedule.
yell us after the game. It's okay.
Yeah, Stan will tell us. Stan comes in clutch sometimes.
Looks like we have a Monty play, fairly quick Monty play coming out from non-Weebs. Candle's gonna get one before being refragged pretty immediately by Louis, but that is Dan off the board yet again. He's been shutting down. They've been shutting down Dan pretty effectively here.
Ooh.
We're gonna see Panday actually manage to kill aggro, as calling his bluff doesn't work out for him in that case. We're gonna see Brios and Cryptix tag on for 2 before Brios gets a third! Or, no, a second. I lied. But he gets a 180 down, and it's just up to Xer. He does manage to get the kill onto Cryptix. Ozone in the site, watching in archives. They don't know that HUD is down, so Brios is gonna watch that doorway. Xer wants to try to get the diffuser here. It doesn't look like they really know where he is until a drone spots him. He is going to get the kill onto Brios. And Ozone moves into position to contest. Instead, is going to go up, grab the diffuser, and save his teammate, as there's a minute and 20 seconds left to work with here. Gonna grab HUD and leave Ozone in the 1v.
Yeah, so far, well, let's see what happens here. 1v2. Not Weaves do have that main advantage. HUD, though, could most likely be used as bait with Xer coming in for the refrag. That's the smartest way that I could see this happening. But Ozone, do they really know exactly where he's at? No, they're kind of operating with no intel. And, well, you at least have 2 drones in the hands of Xer. You have 1 in the hand of HUD, and I believe, yeah, in the hand of HUD. And you have about 40 seconds. So, I mean, that's more than enough time to drone. But he's on the SAM cam. What is he on the SAM cam for? Now he's on the drone. And he at least has an idea of the positioning here of Ozone, who did shoot at the drone. But their avenue into this attack, is it going to be through break room? And it does look like it is.
15 seconds left. Going in through kitchen, Ozone's gonna hear them punching down this castle barricade, though HUD does opt to go for a...
What?
And instead of gonna matter, as Xer gets Ozone trying to lurk around to stop the pinch. And that's another round for Not Weebs. They break the impregnable fortress that is the defense that Lycus has been using, but Lycus can just go up to a third site that they have won in the first half of this defense, being Executive Lounge and CEO. It's not the end of the world for them, but that is going to give Not Weeb a little bit of confidence they can try to use in order to take.
Ooh, I saw that switch from Pandai. Actually, switching from the sledge over, switching from the Monty over to the sledge instead. Of course, you do have attacker repick, so they have plenty of time to change this lineup, but it does look like for at least a minute they're gonna stick with it until they drone out the side choice here of CEO. But for like his Empire, not anything too surprising in the setup. The only thing that I'm seeing is that they just only have the one shield again, which is going to be used to hold that soda machine hallway towards the janitor closets facing into square. And that's really about it. I mean, of course, most likely did reinforce the elevator wall, the wall next to the elevator. And you also have the castle in play here, which limits the window play opportunity from not weaves just a little bit. Or the effectiveness of it, actually.
Certainly does. I'm interested to see how this goes, as could get some overtime here. Hopefully not a limited overtime, because I did that once, and it was 23 round. Never want to do it again. So, Sans laughing tells me that there is, so get ready, chat. We become deranged at this hour. Bandai is going to get on repel. They do have claymores on the repels this time, which is better than last time where Ozone just jumped out and then killed 4 more people after he got back inside of the building. Drone from Louis, gathering information on the main lobby. HUD going to get on the Flores. Start throwing his drones around. Trying to get rid of as much utility as he can, but there's not much that he immediately finds. Get a dislodge aggro from the position he was playing inside a janitor, but only for a second or...
Keep the barriers, go out at least to block Pandai's usage of the window so that he can't really cut anybody off. And you still have 2 players set up on that north side rappel. Finally, Pandai goes up to the roof. Maybe over to square to help with the hard breach, but there goes El Jefe Ozone on the stock window with 2 kills followed up by Not Weaves. Dan with the nade blows Jefe Ozone sky high in the air. Even man count though, as the refrags just keep coming in back and forth as a seesaw does this round go.
Rios tags on for Dan 3041, getting the killer of aggro. Makes his way to the top of Marble Stairs as well and back into Long Desk. Todd gonna jump inside of stock here. Look to take a gunfight with player inside of Long Desk, but no one presents themselves thus far. Extra looking to remove his Osa shield and do some good old-fashioned peeking. Flashes go on into Soda Hallway as another Flores drone goes out. Candle's looking to kill the player that is on CEO Repel, but thus far they have not revealed themselves, so he might pull off. Looks like he's gonna opt to do so. Walk his way back up Banana Stairway. The excuse is gonna have to come out any moment.
Yeah, Louis is holding this cross angle at least from the north side windows, looking over towards the top of the Banana Stairs, or top of main stairs, top of lobby stairs, actually, as you would call it. Exer on the Osa doesn't have any shields to play with, so any type of execution-based utility is mainly going to have to be in the form of just the Zofia actually trying to hold the crosses. The swing comes in late from Brios, and his teammate Candle is sacrificed for it, but a nice one-tap, maybe potentially close out the round. No, the clock does. Like it's Empire, the Empire strikes back, is stroked first, and Not Weebs could not close out Bank, despite the 4-2 lead that they have coming into the half. It is like it's Empire to take the series 2-0 here on Bank.
Really good stuff from them, taking advantage of situations that were favorable and some situations that weren't favorable as well. We are going to have an interview coming up here in a second, so make sure you stick around for that. Okay, I lied. We're not interviewing. The run of show lied to me. So, thank you very much, Stan, for the false information that I have been given that I've then peddled to you fine folks at home from TPL here. We do have some matches coming up on the 6th and the 7th for promotion games, so make sure you watch those. We aren't 100% sure who's going to be playing in those yet, but again, the dates are March the 6th and March the 7th, so make sure that if you do want to see what happens, if you're invested in the TPL story, you come and watch those, pay attention to what's happening, and just have a good time, really.
Yeah, nah, for real. I mean, it's been a nice cast so far. I really did enjoy that. That was a really good match. And although I am sad to see not Weebs lose, I'm looking forward to them playing for that promotion matches. Those promotion matches, especially when it's the last chance, hit a lot different. So you guys won't really want to miss out on that one. Not Weebs versus Okami, the confirmed matchup at least for the Group C playoffs. To confirm the second team to be confirmed for the playoffs, at least for TPL. The first team in Group C to be confirmed for playoffs now is confirmed to be Lycus Empire, as you saw here today. But I think that'll be all for us, folks. It was a very fun cast. I'm looking forward to the promotion matches for next week's, as should you. Remember to not only follow me, to not only follow him, but to also follow TPL, because I don't know. Just do
Pretty
what you
cool
want,
stuff there.
okay?
We tweet about the matches. Who doesn't want to see the matches?
Who doesn't want to see competitive Rainbow Six
I hope
Siege?
that I hope that Stan doesn't lie on the Twitter account like he lies to me in the run of show chat. But I don't run the Twitter account, so I don't know. But we are going to be signing off here. So again, thank you to Stan for doing the observation and production for tonight. Thank you to Custer for joining me on this cast, and thank you to Not Weebs and Lycus Empire for providing the quality siege that we just watched. And well, we'll see you later.
I'm always trying to see through your flaws, 'cause I know that you got so much more to give. You made a real mess, but I miss you though, 'cause I can go to sleep when I'm alone again. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of drama, but I'm not ready to give in. I don't wanna see us going on and off again. Baby, all I really want is only on from now. Every time I see a glimpse of your good side, I start wondering how I could make it last a little longer. Say you wanna fix our problems. How long should I be waiting? Feels like I've had too much of